Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty.
Greetings, 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 and salutations. All, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, just change my background, leave that one for later. Hey Catherine, how you doing? Want to say big ups to everybody. Welcome. It's the reason with Rattigan moment. I call it that because whenever we're on and we start from this point on, it's a moment. You get to be a part of the moment, and so here we are. Blessings, everybody. Blessings, blessings, blessings. Quick shameless plug. Do remember at 8 o'clock I start seasoning the musical stew. So you can join me on the Saturday stew, 8 o'clock on Reggae Global Radio. Some of you that are listening on Reggae Global Radio, listening and watching on Reggae Global Radio, you don't have to go anywhere else. You can just stay right here. But for those of you who are just tuned in on YouTube, just pop on over to Reggae Global Radio and you get to see and watch. Yeah, just like here, but the chat room is different. So, big ups, just letting y'all know that. For those who joined last week for the first time, it was really fun having you. Looking forward to having that time with you again this week. The Rebel will be with us shortly. He just had to get some information. How was y'all's week? I hope y'all had a good week. As you come in, do remember those of you on YouTube, click the live button, the like button. Oh, and let me put up the QR code. There we go. Y'all can't say you don't see it. It's right there. Right? I can point directly to it if you want. Yeah, right there. See? Right there. All right. So go ahead, scan the QR code. Call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too. Call up somebody, anybody, everybody. Let them know we're on, we're live and in living color, we're interactive. Come give your 2 cents and get back 50 cents. Because, without knowledge, we suffer. Knowledge is power. And so once you gain this knowledge, it's not like you can lose it, especially if it's good knowledge. I hope Max is around. I don't know. I guess because we haven't really started getting deep in discussion yet, I haven't seen Max Romy pass through. But I hope Max is around. There's some information that will be on today that I'm sure he can speak to. Hopefully, he has the PM's declarations ready, can present to us because, we don't have it. And apparently nobody else does. But much love. Pat, I come into New York in a Pat. I come into New York. Make sure you have my plate ready. uh, for those of you that celebrate it, recognize it, happy Sabbath to you. Hey, Serene, welcome, welcome. I tell you, a whole lot of things to talk about. Not sure if the Rebel is gonna get through all of it by 8 o'clock, but there's a whole lot to talk about. And the recovery program, the journey to recovery, the requests for help, those keep coming in, those continue. And we want to just make sure some still sound good. Yeah, still sound good. Yeah. Want to make sure that we give our help to the people and the places where it's supposed to go, not just arbitrarily to any and anybody, just to say that yes, you did help. Now, you won't always see the results of your help, but when you give to an organization that has always shown where they've done their help, then you know that you have given to the right place. And so be careful of where you send your help, whether financially, where you give your physical help, where you give goods. Be careful, be careful, be careful, be careful. we have a history in Jamaica of kind of sliding something in our pockets and can't find me on Reggae Global Radio. You should be hearing on Reggae Global Radio right now. The commercials that have been done already, you'd be hearing me on Reggae Global Radio right now. And then I'm up right after Rebel at 8 o'clock. So if you can't find me there, I don't know. But there's also kevinstew.com. I need to shamelessly plug that also. I do my own talk show in the week. There are broadcasts that are in the archive. You go to kevinstew.com, you'll see me there. That's the other side of me. So I have that. I'm in the background here, and I have the Saturday Stew on Reggae Global Radio and the 9 to 5. So when you can't find me, I'm in one of those places. So I get asking where are you, Kevin Stew? Where are you, Kevin? Where you there? But there. So Rebel, welcome to your broadcaster. You know, y'all don't know the kick I get out of saying that. um, yeah, OT accountability. Those places that have proven that they're worthy. Those places that have proven that they're there for you, the person who is donating, and for those who the gifts are destined for. So you give to those organizations, you keep those organizations close. Me personally, I can speak about the Salvation Army. I grew up going to church in the Salvation Army. I learned music in the Salvation Army. I did community service work with the Salvation Army. I worked for the Salvation Army here in the United States. So I know about the Salvation Army. Some people have things to say about the Salvation Army. They speak from a lack of knowledge. So, well, those that say negative things. Let me put it that way. Because nobody in the Salvation Army buy no big house or big car out of the money that you put in the little red pot. I can tell you that for a fact. I know too many people in the Salvation Army. All right, so enough of that. That shameless plug for the Salvation Army.
Not shame.
Yeah.
You see, as long as it's a
But,
worthy and you have a noble organization, we are all for plugging those. We're not for plugging. And in fact, we even plug the ones who are stealing from the people, like the government of Jamaica. We plug those as well, too, but we plug them in a negative fashion so people can understand what they're doing when they say they're sending money to Jamaica. Kevin, I had a call this week from an acquaintance of mine who was upset that I was saying, don't send money to the government. And so I tried to explain to him why I said it. And I don't think he had an argument. I don't think he had a counter. He just didn't like the sound of it, But
there's a difference between plugging and plugging up. You're plugging up the government, sir.
Folks, welcome to Reasons Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and the YouTube with yours truly, Will, the Rebel Rattigan, and the team of patriotic Jamaicans, including the man right there next to me, Kevin Stew. Now, join me tonight at midnight on Relax with the Rebel, courtesy of Reggae Global Radio. Now, last week, someone in the chat requested that I should play only female reggae artists this week, tonight. And the request will be granted. So tonight, come prepared to hear a warm and easy selection done by contemporary and some iconic female reggae artists. You'll hear some collabs as well. You'll hear some songs for the first time, and you'll hear quite a few that you've heard recently. And we have some songs going back to the 70s, actually the 80s, but we won't play those until towards the end because we want to keep people guessing and spelling. If we play it early, the folks who would normally listen to that kind of song, that kind of music, they'll leave. Actually, I don't think they'd leave. I think they'd stick around because my group,
Nobody leaving.
a very dedicated group. I'm still to the very end, you know. So yeah. Don't forget to check out DJ Kevin where you're there. Stew tonight and every Saturday night from 8 to 10 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio for the best in reggae. Like I said to you before, Kevin are the real DJ. Me just I try a thing. Just play some songs with me like and love, and you know, hopefully people will feel the same way about the songs. But Kevin are the real deal. If you want dance, him can set the mood. Him can, you know, him play the music or make you dance, depending on where you want, you know, because Kevin play off of the crowd. So Kevin can actually have him finger upon the pulse of the crowd. Whereas with me just play things that sound nice to me, you know. Kevin, me can't see nobody. Where me there?
It's all right. Yeah, that's all line you up.
Okay, all right. So, folks, remember, next week we will be in Canada for our conference / protest. So, no reason with Rattigan and no relax with the rebel next week, Saturday. Kindly share with your family, your friends, and your neighbors. And I'll say it again before the end of tonight's before the end of this broadcast, that no reason with Rattigan, no relax with the rebel next week, Saturday. All right. No, we're sending up prayers for the health of Mama Eileen. She needs some serious prayers, you know. Not doing well. Papa Trevor, Ma P, big up yourself. See you next week. Ma Jean, Desmond, Joanna. Joanna, you need to get well soon. You know what I say? It's a long time now. Me and Kevin are talking and say, boy, I want to hear from you for a while. And we get the text messages saying, yeah, I'll call you back. But and that's good and well, because we know, say, well, you know, things are going. But we need to hear
different from what we usually get. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So get well soon. You're in our prayers and our thoughts. Sassy Diva, Paul, Mrs. Nelson, Bob D'Souza, Bunny Jump, big up yourself, my brother. It looked like you're up on the road to recovery, well on the road to recovery. So, you know, Mr. Baxter, same thing, you're up on the road to recovery. Fittis, the artist, Dread, my brethren, him have a surgery this week, next week. I will keep Fittis now with hearts, minds, prayers, and everything. More pull through. Big up yourself, Dread. And of course, my sister, Jenny, she's doing quite well. Big up the Manison, the Ogle, and the Trower families in South Africa, and the Alphais family in Saudi Arabia. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Firehouse crew, and the Rollington crew. My general, I'm going to hear from you. Hope everything all right. Big up all media personalities and platforms that are committed to holding government accountable. Big up Linkage Radio, OBC Radio, All People Radio, Sutherland TV. Big up yourself, Sutter. Producer Wayne Global TV. Wayne, we have to talk. And Isabel Rose, Waterhouse Vibes. Check them out tomorrow. Make we talk. Mr. Vumva Vumva V. Mystic Sensation. Nice program last night. Well, all of the program them nice. Anyway. Super Jams. John Lennon. Andre Stevens. Jamaican Carlos. Aromatic. Maria Herb. Jamaican Hot Topic. Empress GTV. Beyond the Echo. Ripe Mango, and of course the renegade who not afraid, the man in the wilderness, the man who will host the thing next week Friday, Wayne Lonesome. Big up Gandhi Road, Tony. Call me, my brother. Roland, see you next week in Canada. Bitter gal, see you too. Cora and the princess. Cora, take care, be well. Natty Norman, Peaches, Joy, Marcia, and Jenny, big up on yourself. And finally, big up to our ambassadors. Some people call them volunteers, but they are ambassadors for the message and the purpose and the mission. Want to thank all of you for all the wonderful work you're doing. And I'm looking forward to meeting with you next week. We have a lot to talk about. There's a lot to be done. And I know that if there's one group of people uniquely situated to get this thing done, it's you. All of you. Let me see what we do now. Don't forget, Waterhouse Vibes. Yeah. Waterhouse Vibes tomorrow on YouTube at 4. Check him out. I think he's gonna have a guest from the Maroons. I plan to be on it as well. So it's on YouTube at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Then Wayne Lonesome will have his last town hall meeting before the conference / protest in Canada. So tomorrow night at 7, check us out. And that's 6 Jamaica time. Waterhouse Vibes is at 3 Jamaica time, 4 New York time. Of course, you can always catch Jamaican Carlos, Jeffrey Tavares, Mystic Sensation, Andre Stevens, and others. Win Global TV as well on a daily basis on their YouTube channels. And let me see if he's here yet. No, he's not here yet. Don't forget Isaac Buchanan's radio show, Context Matters, the hottest thing on YouTube for that time slot. He's on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. And that's 4.
Eastern.
Yeah, that's 4 to 6 Jamaica time. And we just go and. This is the last one. And as mentioned, please check out Kevin, where you're there tonight. And every Saturday night from 8 to 10 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio. And you also heard from Kevin about the many things he's doing during the week, all the other programs, check him out. I've checked out a couple of them, very, very informative and professionally done. So I highly recommend that. If you can, check him out during the week. I know the program, the one that I watched came on rather late for a lot of people, but for me it was like prime time. So get the dates and the times and the platform and check him out. Well worth it. Now, we have a program today, and it's a very ambitious program. And Kevin and I, as we said last week, we talk about a whole bunch of things. During the week, I send him a whole bunch of things, and then we start working from 9 o'clock every Saturday morning until we get everything ready for the program. And then Kevin is with us until 8 o'clock, or just 10 minutes before 8. Then he has to go to take care of his program. But we have a very ambitious program, and I know we're gonna end tonight at 8 o'clock. And I know we will not be able to cover all of the items that we've listed, but there's always a Saturday. Next week, Saturday, I won't be on, but the week after. And some of these topics, they're continuing. It's not like they happen and then it's stale news. Because we're always finding something to add to it. We're coming from a different angle than your traditional media folks, and I think you appreciate what we're doing, and you found it interesting, and I hope you continue to do so. Now, the disclaimer you hear today, the opinions you hear today will be that of the individual presenters only, and is neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. I have to put that in, because sometimes we have some folks who come on and them kind of want to move with some things, but
so it's the left field, but the next field.
No, one of the items we had today was let me just pull it up here and see where is it? Kevin. No. Yeah, one of them was BERYL and the undoing of Minister Nigel CLARKE. And I've gotten some calls already. What do you mean by undoing? What did he do? And I sent at least one person. I sent an article that he wrote in the newspaper a few days ago, and the person read it and came back and said, "I don't understand." And well, if you're, in fact, I should send something to that person now and let the person know that we're going to talk about it. But you know what? I'll leave that for a while. I'll just talk about a couple of things and then we'll move on. Let me just say that in retrospect, when you listen to the government's preparation for BERYL, And BERYL is still topical because they're still begging. They meaning the Jamaican government. They're still begging. And I'm going to show you how much money they've gotten so far. And I'm going to show you how much money they could have gotten, how much money they've spent foolishly. We'll get to that. But you would have thought by listening to them that they were prepared, fully prepared. In fact, they said they were fully prepared. They gave us that perception. Critically, you should also think that some of the significant preparation should have been done on a continuing basis because of Jamaica's hurricane history and its geographical location. And we're talking about draining and flooding issues and bushing and all of this. That's something that shouldn't happen at Christmas time. But we know why it happens at Christmas time, right? It's a way to extend political favors, right, to the loyalists. Because if you really care about Jamaica and the situation it's in regarding hurricane, the effects of hurricane, these are things that you would be doing on a constant basis. You wouldn't wait until a few days before hurricane. You say, well, we're going to, debush. Or you wouldn't say, oh, we're going to clear drains. That's something that's supposed to be ongoing. That, in fact, that is supposed to be part of the infrastructure initiative that we were promised way back 2016, right? And it's still being handled the way it's always been handled. And if you look and if you listen to what this government is saying about being transformative, you think that they would take a different tact. You think that they would come from a different angle in dealing with some of these problems, but it's more of the same. So in BERYL's aftermath, like, no, you have no choice but to view the government's handling of the situation as simply amateurish, bordering on criminal. These things shouldn't happen. Some of the things that we're going to talk about today, and we should have been looking at these things for years. How do you define a shelter? Because you have homeless shelter, you have hurricane shelter, you have this shelter, that shelter. And in Jamaica, they said we have, and it was interesting because the Prime Minister, I think the Prime Minister gave one number for shelters, another minister gave another number, and somebody else gave another number, and you start wondering who's correct. And I mean, if they're fully prepared, we should be on the same sheet of music. It should be one number, but we have 3 different numbers. So, and if you had asked me, you'd have gotten a different number. So you'd have 4 numbers. And if you ask Kevin, we'll have a different number. T, right. You also have bus shelter.
Right.
So, what we need in Jamaica, we need hurricane shelters. We need that. We have bus shelters there already, right? And we have some homeless shelter. But those shelters cannot provide the protection in a hurricane that a hurricane shelter can provide. Cannot. So we need to know our shelters, how you define a shelter? Are shelters up to hurricane standards? Are they properly located? Were supplies pre-positioned across the island? Because a hurricane is not like a tornado, where a tornado in an instant could happen. I've actually lived through one of them. Terrible, terrible experience. But with a hurricane now, you see this thing coming like days out. Days. So you really have no excuse. I have a monologue here about let me just read you a couple of things that how I really feel about this hurricane business, right? Questions that should be asked, because we have been dealing with hurricanes for centuries and still we can't get our preparation and recovery in order. Cannot. We talk a good game, but we always fail to deliver. The begging is sure to come, and it's always after the allure of confident and responsible words have quickly faded, and the betrayal, the lies, and the incompetence are on full display. That's when the begging comes. If you're going to beg for protect your people, beg way before the hurricane and store and stock up. But them always wait, and after the damage has been done, then you see, well, before the damage, you hear all of these beautiful words. We're fully prepared. We have shelters. We have this. We have that. And then when thing over, you hear, "Me I beg your money, You diaspora, the people who me cuss out all the time, the people who me no want vote, me no want to no vote in Jamaica. Me don't want to no come down about to no want go in a parliament. But putting that aside, me I beg on our money, right? You hear that, and we're hearing it now. And this is a good segue to the World Bank cat bond that our illustrious minister signed on to. Nothing against our fathers, but let's focus on our mothers. Our mothers, most of us, a lot of us, shouldn't say most of us, but a lot of us, my mother included, did not finish school. My mother never go high school, right? She go primary school and drop out because she have to take care of some family members. And our mothers didn't come from influential families. Therefore, they have no degrees and no cushy job. Yet these courageous and strong women taught us how to stretch a dollar and how to do it effectively. They taught us how to feed a family, clothe a family, send children to school, provide a roof over our heads, etc., with virtually nothing. I saw my mother work miracles like that, and she was not alone. That was the standard in my community. All of the mothers had to do it. Our mothers could teach this government a thing or two, including our esteemed world-class Minister of Finance, about running a house financially. Think about that, people. Think about, just reflect. If your mother is with us, God bless her. And if she's not with us, may her soul rest in eternal peace. But just think about your mom for a sec, and think about the trials and the tribulations and the struggles that your mother went through. Put food down the mouth, put clothes on the back, send her to go to school, keep a roof over your head. And she never stray from her duties.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, value and morals with humanity. Them mothers that we are talking about.
Yep.
And we look now and see how the government is running our financial house. And it not pretty. It not Ruthlin. Yes, indeed. Your mother was a miracle worker. You know? So I'm going to come back to this thing here. But I'm going to come back to it, but because I don't want to start it off right now, because we have Michelle in the chat here, and I want to get her on because we want to do something that's very important. Very, very important about, and this is all about helping each other. That's what this is about. Today, we plan, Kevin and I, we talk about this. Kevin tell me, say, you know, I'll get it done. So, and I agree with him. We were planning, well, we plan to talk about the Constitution. We want to start teaching the Constitution. We did a few segments on the Constitution already, but we want to do it now as a regular feature. We want to do it. We want to do the Constitution. We want to start out with citizenship and representation. How do you acquire citizenship in Jamaica? How do you lose citizenship in Jamaica? And how do you translate citizenship into representation? We heard a lot of talk the other day about the opposition leader having 2 passports, right? And legally, constitutionally, there's nothing wrong with that. But a whole, it was brouhaha about it. And now we come to find out that there are other people in Parliament who are similarly situated. So we'll get to that. Then we want to talk about education and the dummies. And our brethren, the Dervin is going to come on and talk about that, the education piece. And when we say dummies, we're talking about the people in charge, how they're letting teachers go, and now they're planning to hire teachers from overseas to come to Jamaica, just like they're doing with nurses. Think about the slap in the face of our workers them in Jamaica.
Yep.
Think about the nurses who now have to sit there and watch foreign nurses come in. Probably they'll get more money than them, more benefits than them, and work alongside them doing the same job. You can just imagine the tension that's going to be there. Same thing now they're planning to do with teachers. So, it's that is a problem. We're planning to talk. Oh, here's a quote. Jamaica has never been fiscally prepared for a hurricane as it was for Hurricane Beryl. You know who said that, Kevin? Let me
Who said
repeat. Jamaica has never been fiscally prepared for a hurricane as it was for Hurricane Beryl. That's a direct quote. That came from our
that?
Minister of Finance. So the question now is, why the begging? We're fiscally prepared for it. So why the begging? You know, we're also going to talk about difference between shelters, bush shelters, homeless shelters, and hurricane shelters. We're also going to go back and talk about Beryl and says Beryl the undoing of Minister Clarke. I think it is. I think people should judge this man based not only on what he says but what he does. And you're going to hear him, but going to play something from by him. You're going to hear beautiful words. And then at the end of the day, you stop and say, Wayne just done say. And you see, one of the hallmarks of a leader is that you should be able to communicate to the person, the lowest person on the education ladder. You should be able to communicate. A farmer is supposed to listen, an uneducated farmer, uneducated meaning that never complete formal education, is supposed to walk away from one of your speeches and say, yeah, I understand, and can relate that to somebody else. Well, not with our Minister of Finance, you know. You might not agree, but like one of my brethren used to say before, it might as well be a degree, sir. Nothing against him, still, nothing against him, because the man is brilliant, but he's brilliant in the classroom. When it comes to real world activities, we're seeing the cracks. We're the veneer is tarnished. We're seeing everything that's going on here, and so we can make certain statements about what's going on simply because we understand what he's doing, we understand what he's saying, and we're witnesses to what he's done and what he's not doing. So we also want to talk about the CRC's outreach. That's the Constitutional Reform Committee. That's a joke, people. Believe me when I tell you that's a joke. Also, the upcoming protest in Canada, the upcoming protest in New York. We're going to talk with Dr. Ben about natural products that restore and support gut health, because in order to survive in this place, you need guts. So, good guts too. We want to talk about Integrity Commission's annual report. And then there's a little special I want to do, which is it's called investigating cold cases, meaning cases that, they didn't just put them on the shelf because they never know if to do them years ago. And now, how do we go back and look at those cases? Can we go back? Should we go back and look at those cases to try and solve the issues? Resolve the problem, arrest the people who should be arrested for all kinds of shenanigans. We also have another one: Romanians and Chinese syndicates. They talk about intelligence-led policing, and a few years ago, the Romanians were in Jamaica, and they were just running rings around everybody. Likewise with the Chinese. The Jamaican government is now indicating that the Romanians are not a threat to the Jamaican society. They haven't said anything about the Chinese. In fact, they won't, because Chinese just give them $7 million this week, so you can't talk about, you can't kick a gift horse not more. So, that's where we are. Now, what I'd like to do at this point is play a video before we bring on Michelle. So Michelle, bear with me. Shake your head. Give me a smile. Okay. Wait, you move her up, Kevin. Are you moving? Yeah, all right. Let me see her. All right. Kevin, which one of them videos I should have played for people? Which one of them? Talk to me. This one, yeah?
Yeah, man.
All right. This one, yeah.
That's a good start.
All right, folks.
That.
Pay close attention. This is an African, and the accent might be challenging for some of us. It shouldn't be, but because he's speaking at a rapid pace. But if there's a need for me to replay it, I will. But just listen to the message. Just listen to the message. Listen to the message.
This man is a very wealthy man, but this guy is not wealthy. Can I have like 10 brothers if you can? This guy is wealthy, he can afford anything he wants to buy, but he wants something more. It's called power. To have power, you need more than money. It is for the poor man that money is for purchasing items. When you go higher, money is to buy this. So to move from wealth to being powerful, you need to have them in your pocket. And to have these guys in your pocket, it is only important that they are very poor. So at this point, poverty is of high economic value for this guy. It has high purchasing power. It is important that the poor is poor so that the powerful can be powerful. Without their poverty, he can't lead them. So he needs to control these guys. He's just the only one. They can shake the table and take him off, but he has the money to buy their loyalty. The loyalty of a poor man is cheap. Now listen to this. When they come to him, he can never give them what will bring them out of this state, because he needs them in this state to control them. That's why you complain. In Africa, why is it few cups of rice, caps, and all those things? Because they need to be coming every 4 years. Poverty is a very powerful tool. It keeps the powerful in power. If care is not taken, even the church will bow to this. As long as he can steal treasuries and say it's tight, bow. So this guy comes to this guy's house and you see them queue at his door. What will he give them? Rice, meat. He doesn't mind killing cow every day, but he could give them money for one cow. You go establish yourself. If he gets established, he can't have him again. So he should never be established. He will only give him what will keep him coming. This is the difference between worldly system of leadership and transformational leader. A transformational leader wants to give you what will make you independent. What is these guys bragging to? Money. And guess what? These guys come together. They will kill themselves to win his favor. Instead of them coming together and empowering themselves and break his yoke. No, they will never. They will kill themselves, drag themselves, insult themselves, put tire around their own neck for stealing what they don't have. If you have the police amongst them, it will kill his kind for what he also lacks. And this guy is just playing a small game. As long as you are in lack, you are in this equation. What I'm trying to show you is that no nation will break free until transformational leaders rise. And how will we do that? Empowerment. The church must start telling people the truth that empowers them. Empowerment. What a poor man needs first is the good news and information, not money. He needs to know you're only broke, sitting on gold. There's something you have not found, and it is in words. If you ever tell people they are more than what they think they are, you're empowering them. And that's the good news they need. Empowerment.
Yeah. We are talking empowerment.
Yeah.
The poor people will always remain poor so that the powerful can always remain powerful, and they will never give them what they need to be independent, because they must always be dependent on them. That is what's going on in Jamaica. That is what they tell you, all kinds of sweet words, oh, we're moving people from the poverty class, poor class, into the working class, middle class. Look around and ask yourselves, how many of you have moved from the poverty class, poor class into the middle class? How many of you? Precious few. Precious few.
And how did it happen?
How did it happen? How did it happen?
The man said, the loyalty of the poor is cheap.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't cost much. Just a few promises. When you think about it, this is what Jamaican people have been feeding into since I know myself. Just promises, and I'm not talking about it coming from any one party or another. It's coming from the government, whichever government of the day, them do the same thing. It's promises. It's one of the reasons I don't make promises. I'll give you my word, and for a gentleman, their word is their bond. Now, I'd like to consider myself a gentleman, so I give my word.
So you're not going to like the Prime Minister? You're not going to like the Prime Minister? Prime Minister says he doesn't give promises, he gives commitments.
No. I'll be like Kevin. I give my word. No, let me go. Let me fall back on my word, and leave me. I'll be worse off to myself than you would be to me. Because in order for a man to give them word and stand up to it, they have to recognize within themselves that this is what I'm giving. I'm committing. Yes, it's a commitment. But some say it. I can't give you nothing else. I have nothing else to give. And if I don't do it, then you have no other reason to come back to me.
Right. Right. I'll play this again.
man. He is a very wealthy man, but this guy is not wealthy. Can I have like 10 brothers if you can? This guy is wealthy, he can afford anything he wants to buy, but he wants something more. It's called power. To have power, you need more than money. It is for the poor man that money is for purchasing items. When you go higher, money is to buy this. So to move from wealth to being powerful, you need to have them in your pocket. And to have these guys in your pocket, it is only important that they are very poor. So at this point, poverty is of high economic value for this guy. It has high purchasing power. It is important that the poor is poor so that the powerful can be powerful. Without their poverty, he can't lead them. So he needs to control these guys. He's just the only one. They can shake the table and take him off, but he has the money to buy their loyalty. The loyalty of a poor man is cheap. Now listen to this. When they come to him, he can never give them what will bring them out of this state, because he needs them in this state to control them. That's why you complain in Africa. Why is it few cups of rice, caps, and all those things? Because they need to be coming every 4 years. Poverty is a very powerful tool. It keeps the powerful in power. If care is not taken, even the church will bow to this, as long as he can steal treasuries and say it's tight. Bow. So this guy comes to this guy's house and you see them queue at his door. What will he give them? Rice, meat. He doesn't mind killing cow every day, but he could give them money for one cow. You go establish yourself. If he gets established, he can't have him again. So he should never be established. He will only give him what will keep him coming. This is the difference between worldly system of leadership and transformational leader. A transformational leader wants to give you what will make you independent. What is these guys bragging to? Money. And guess what? These guys come together. They will kill themselves to win his favor. Instead of them coming together and empowering themselves and break his yoke. No, they will never. They will kill themselves, drag themselves, insult themselves, put tire around their own neck for stealing what they don't have. If you have the police amongst them, it will kill his kind for what he also lacks. And this guy is just playing a small game. As long as you are in lack, you are in this equation. What I'm trying to show you is that no nation will break free until transformational leaders rise. And how will we do that? Empowerment. The church must start telling people the truth that empowers them. Empowerment. What a poor man needs first is the good news and information, not money. He needs to know you're only broke sitting on gold. There's something you have not found, and it is in words. If you ever tell people they are more than what they think they are, you're empowering them. And that's the good news they need. Empowerment.
Yeah. Well, it's a nice way to start off the program. Empowerment. Go ahead, Kevin.
How the saying go? For the lack of knowledge, we perish.
Yes.
Knowledge. That knowledge is the lack of the exercise of power. I said it last week. I've said it before. I will say it again. We are the ones with the power. They are the ones that come to us for us to put them in a position of representation. And the they is going across the board. Anybody that needs to hold an elected seat. The people that put them there are the ones that they have to answer to. Until we hold them accountable, they will continue to do whatever they feel like doing. Rattigan.
Yes, sir. All right. And on that note, we want to bring on Miss Michelle Reese. I heard her story, and actually, it's her story, but the incident happened to a relative, her nephew. His name is David Johnson. I was touched by the story, and I felt compelled to have her come on. Now, we all have stories like this, and if you have these stories, please hit me up so we can highlight these stories, because they need to be highlighted. So Michelle is going to come on and she's going to talk to us about David, what happened to him, the situation he's in, and how we can help. So without further ado, let me bring on Miss Michelle Reese. Michelle, welcome.
Thank you, Will, for having me. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thank you. Nice to see a beautiful smile, despite the challenges that your nephew is facing and the family as well.
Right.
What I'd like to do is just take a few minutes and just tell us who you are, and then you can just go right into the situation.
Okay. I am Michelle, the aunt of little David, who was involved in the accident in May. But first, I would like to say thanks to Andre from the Partner Draw TV, because if it wasn't for Andre and one of his students, you wouldn't have known about our
Big up
situation,
yourself, Andre. Big up yourself. Big up
right?
yourself, partner draw.
Right. So David was coming from school back in May, and I think it was five other classmates in a taxi car. And on his way from school, the taxi that they were traveling in met in an accident where it run under a truck that was parked along the roadside, which was broken down. Two of his schoolmates lose their life, unfortunately. David and others sustained injuries. David was rushed to the Anata Bay Hospital where they sent him off to the KPH, where he spent approximately 2 months in the KPH hospital. He got 2 strokes. They had to lift his cap. His brain flap is now in his stomach. They did the best care that they could for him at the KPH. I must say that. But now David is home. He's still in a critical condition, and he has expenses that the family cannot afford because he needs all these special things. He needs to go into a rehab to get him back to where he was before the day of the accident. So this is why I'm here now on behalf of my nephew, pleading for help for my nephew, David, little David.
Let me ask you something. Very sorry to hear that news. This is the first. Well, I heard about it yesterday, but other than that, this is the first time. Apparently, people in the chat they know about this. They've heard about it. What's his prognosis?
Well, the state is in now. The state is in now. He's not doing anything for himself. He's not doing anything for himself.
What about his recovery?
His recovery, we cannot give a recovery time on him because, as I said, the skull, the flap is in his stomach. He's not talking. He had a trachea. It was removed. He's trying to saying expressive so we know that the voice is not gone, right? And he sees what should I say now? He's not seeing clearly. His vision is not lost, but he has to do vision therapy as well.
No, so his vision is impaired.
Yes.
Is it both eyes or just one?
In both eyes.
Okay.
He's not responding to stimuli, I should say.
Okay.
Yeah.
OT asked the question, can he be cared for? And I guess can he be cared for properly in Jamaica? I guess that's a question that OT would like to ask.
OT, I know there are facilities there in Jamaica. I know there are facilities there in Jamaica, but these facilities, they're expensive. For instance, my dad called St. Joseph Hospital, and they gave him a cost of $500,000 a week for his care. And then he called them back like maybe a week after and told them that we couldn't afford that, And they told him that they would take David at a cost of $300,000 per week. But the family still cannot go up to that. There is also another institution in Jamaica, which someone told me about, but the state which David is in right now, they won't take him. They won't take him.
Let me ask you a question. Have you or anyone else reached out to the UK government, the US government, the Chinese, the Japanese? Because I know that sometimes they'll take on a case like this, and they will have they'll fly the person to whatever the country is and go from there. Have you reached out? Well, your family in Japan, even if they've reached out?
No,
They haven't.
because I guess maybe we never know
Mm-hmm.
of such a thing like that,
Mm-hmm.
such an institution like that. No.
Yeah, they do. I've seen it happen before where they will help, they will, and sometimes you have a university that they have these programs where they'll take people from overseas and they'll provide for them.
Right.
Based on, they'll look at the cost of doing it in country, and they'll also look at the treatment program, the skill,
Right.
and the availability of resources, in that country to take care of that.
Right.
So they'll take that person as a special case under their care. So that's something that they should be looking at. They should be reaching out to. There is someone at the American Embassy called the Chief Medical Officer. I'm sorry, the Regional Medical Officer, RMO. You could reach out to the RMO. I'm sure the RMO probably knows about this case because that's their job, one of their jobs. So,
Okay.
With the UK and the Canadians and the Germans and the Japanese, I'm almost 100% sure. I'm 90% sure that they have the equivalent of the R.
Equivalent.
Yeah, in their embassies. I'm almost 100% sure that they have. So somebody should be reaching out to them as well. Now, the Ministry of Health, talk to me about the relationship with them.
The Ministry of Health, I don't want to bash anybody, right? And I want to say thanks because if it wasn't for the doctors and nurses at the KPH after they sent off the an baby dead breast with my nephew and sent him into Kingston, maybe he wouldn't be in here today, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the level of care, I know they're overwhelmed with patients, but the level of care that I went to Jamaica and saw my nephew was getting, it made me cry. It actually made me cry. And I wouldn't expect someone in a medical institution should be sent home to their relative to care for them in the way in which my nephew was sent home to my parents.
Mm-hmm.
If you understand what I'm saying, Will.
Mm-hmm.
That's not something I really want to dig into because I don't want to bash anyone, but
Right.
it wasn't right for my nephew or no one to be sent home in the condition that he was sent home in.
Mitchell,
Yes,
hi.
Kevin.
So let me ask you this. With you stating how it was that your nephew was sent home, that David was sent home, is this based on an opinion or is this based on a fact?
It's a fact.
Then who are you bashing by stating the facts? And not just the fact, but telling the truth. Who are you bashing?
You're right. You're right. Who am I bashing? But people will take things in the negative way.
It's not about people. Here's the fact. Here is what happened. My nephew was in this facility to get this treatment. And these are the reasons I was given why he had to be sent home. It's as simple as that. Now, was David in a condition to go home? Typically, people who are in accidents or go to the hospital for treatment would get sent home when they've gotten a level of treatment where they can sustain themselves.
Right.
Is David in a position where, one, he could sustain himself, or two, the untrained persons in the family can pick up where the hospital, where the medical facility has left off to complete that care?
I wouldn't say David was in the condition to be sent home, because if he wasn't in the condition where the hospital would give the family members referral for him to go to a rehab, right?
Mhm.
Then I wouldn't say he was in a condition to be sent home, right?
Okay.
And right? And for now, for David to be getting the care, it is putting a strain on the family, because we have to have someone there to take care of him, because my parents alone cannot do this, because they have never been trained or anything, and they're like in their 70s. My sister is there, but she has no knowledge of how to do wound care and all of that. So that is why we have to go and get persons. It's a good thing we have like friends in that field who can come in, right? And help out alongside with the persons who we are paying to take care of David, right?
So this goes back to the question that I asked. Who are you bashing? You're not bashing
No,
anyone. Here's the fact.
nobody.
Your nephew was discharged. Your nephew was not in a position to be discharged. So if you have questions as to why he was discharged, you need to ask them.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. How old is he? You may have said it and I forgot. How old
David is 16.
Oh, goodness gracious. This is
David is just a minor who, for the past 2 months, have no knowledge. Well, I know now he knows that he's home. He knows he's home, but he has no knowledge of what's going on. Remember, he was in a coma for 8 days, approximately 8 days.
Look, I'm going to make a personal plea to the Minister of Health and Wellness, who unfortunately was involved in an accident the other day. Unfortunately, got some of the best treatment in Jamaica. He's alive, he's well, his faculties are still intact. I participated in a program with him. I think he had a broken leg and I don't know what else, but he's fine. I'm making a personal plea to him to take a look into this case. Mr. Minister, if you're listening, Minister Tufton, if you're listening, or if someone affiliated, associated, related to you, if they're listening, I hope that they will look at this case and take it under consideration. He's 15 years old. He has his full life.
16.
16.
16.
16.
Yeah,
Mm.
16.
Where was he discharged from, if I may ask? I came in late. Herb Nelson, Michelle,
He
and
was he,
greetings to the audience too.
I he was discharged from the KPH hospital.
Okay, what uniform was he wearing a while ago?
Cadet.
He's an active member of the Jamaica Combined Cadet Unit at the Teachfield High School in Portland.
Okay, and they have no type of coverage they give to the kids while they're participating as cadets.
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure.
Okay,
But hold
go
on. Herb, when I was in cadet at George's, I didn't know about any kind of coverage for cadets.
ahead.
You were at
And
George's years before me.
And there was none then.
So
and I I was in cadet too, and I never know of any coverage either.
Well, you
All
see,
I know we
that's
have a
something
camp. We
else.
go to camp.
Think about this. When you're in extracurricular activities anywhere, the chances of you being injured, chances of you tearing up a knee or an ankle or even a head injury is increased with these physical activities. So maybe somebody in Jamaica ought to be offering some coverage for they make millions of dollars off the scholastic inter-school track and field program. They make millions off of the Manning Cup,
Mm-hmm.
right? So the purpose of making all these millions is what? If not to enhance the welfare of students, what is the purpose of making millions? And surely they can expand any kind of health program for health injuries to the cadet corps, if not to the entire school population, but at least expand it to the cadet corps, or any extracurricular activity involving physical activity, right? You could have a heat stroke, you could have so many things occur that you would need some kind of coverage. And you know, in a case like this, the insurance would have kicked in. I'm just saying, if they cannot come, I was in the cadet corps back in the 1960s, right? And they didn't have anything. If you get injured, I mean, my dad was in the third JNR, third Battalion, Jamaica National Reserve, and he was also in the military band. All right, so we got coverage because we could go park camp to the doctor, right? And when I got old enough, and I had a job at the Treasury, then I went to my own doctor. But the bottom line is, we have that coverage at Up Park Camp as a family member. So in this case, though, if you are participating in any activity, cadet or otherwise, you should have some kind of coverage. Now, I can't believe after, what is this, Kevin? Independence was 62, right? So 62 years, and we haven't improved the system.
But
It's
you
crazy.
see, Herb, this is just another section of the horse that has been flogged.
Yeah.
Because it's only part and parcel. It's a part that we don't often think about, because we don't always have a Mitchell coming on to talk about a David. But it's a part that we see over and over and over again. And so by extension, with the other things that are being addressed, yes, this is one that needs to be addressed too. And that's a brilliant idea, that along with schoolboy football, along with schoolboy track and field, there should be schoolboy, schoolgirl, school age healthcare.
Yep.
The greatest resource that any organization, any country can have is human resource. And if our children are our future, why are we not protecting them?
Because they're busy making money off of them. That's
Okay,
that's the bottom line.
But I guess the next thing would be to identify the theys and to hold the theys accountable. All the theys. Not just to say they, no, we need to say this person, Joe Blow, who is heading this organization, this ministry, this whatever, is responsible for this. We put them there. We deserve to get an answer as to why this is not happening. But something like this has not yet been established. We don't have such a program. We don't have such protection. And so this is something too that, as people in Jamaica, we need to say, hey, you know what? We need to look into this collectively, not just me. And because I have this kind of coverage that can take me up to camp where I can see the doctors there, or I have this kind of money where I can go up to Tony to its wing, that I am okay. No, for everybody. And I might sound like a communist because it's the whole concept of socialism and I guess communism. But I'm looking at the future. I don't have children in Jamaica, but I have connections there. My neighbors drink out and plant there. So it doesn't mean that because I live somewhere else, I am not concerned about what happens here. Yes, I am. And I'm concerned about young David. So what do we have? So there's nothing in place right now to address this for David. So now we have to make sure that whatever we can do collectively is there that we can, until something like that gets put in place, we can
Right.
petition that to get put in place.
No,
Right now,
Michelle,
what we need to look at is how we're going to help David right now.
yeah, Michelle. I think Michelle,
Yeah.
Michelle, the family has a GoFund site, right? Am I correct? Oh, there it is.
Yes.
All right. Let me see if I. Oh, hold on, Kevin. I forgot to increase this because I don't think.
Well, here's the thing. Let me say this. Everybody who is watching on YouTube right now, which is a majority of our listeners, look in the description. You will see the GoFundMe link. You can click on it and read the story. And if it means that half of the $1 that you put into the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation going to have to go to David, then 50 cents to One Jamaica, 50 cents to David. If that is what it means, let's do that. Since we're all here, let's put a $1, $5, $10, whatever. If you're regularly contributing to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, and I might get in trouble for this, but this is how I strongly feel. If you're a regular contributor to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, and you truly believe in what the organization is doing, either you take if you contribute every week, take 1 week, give it to David. If it's a one-off thing, take half of it, give it to David. Because you and I both know that David is not going to get the kind of care and treatment that he needs right now to move from this place to go back to where he was. We don't know what kind of prognosis they have said. You know what? Yes, he can make on this. He may not be 100%, but we can get him to 80, and he will sustain that for the rest of his life. And he will live and die an old man.
Michelle, who's the representative for the family in Jamaica?
My parents.
All right. You have my number. All right.
Yes. Yes.
So have them give me a call next week, and
yes.
we will do our level best to get things moving. Because surely there must be a way to you can't have him stay. And look, I'm not a medical person. I don't even know if it take care of cool. But I've seen enough in the chat where people are saying that he should never have been released from the facility to go home in this condition. Right? And we need to reach out to the MP. We need to reach out to the Minister of Health. We need to reach out to the embassies, because we cannot have him in this state. This is like a vegetative state. We can't have him in this state. And especially with medical technology now, there are ways that you can address this situation and get him back to as close as being normal as possible. We have to do something. So the folks, Kevin just said, what do you call this, Kevin?
GoFundMe.
The GoFundMe. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I hope all of you can see it. How did they access it again, Kevin? You said they go to the YouTube and
the link is in the description on YouTube. Just scroll down.
Okay.
Right below the topics there's a little write up about David, and the link is there for the GoFundMe.
All right.
Thank you, Rose. Thank your husband for us. He just donated some money.
Michelle.
Yes, well,
Defense Foundation. No worries.
sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
Is there the floor is yours. So just take as much time as you want and talk to us. Is there anything you want to say to us?
Yes, as it goes to the member of parliament in our constituency, he knows about David's situation. I don't know if he knows the in depth of how he was sent home from the hospital, but he has been assisting my parents with transportation because they had to go into Kingston. They used to be like every other day to Kingston, and he assists them with getting into Kingston to look for David.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear
Yeah.
that. We just now need to reach out to the Minister of Health and the embassies and see what we can do. And UNICEF, I have to see if UNICEF, if they can play a role in this as well. I have some links there. So, like I said, just have your folks reach out to me next week,
I
and
will.
we will go from there. All right.
I will.
Any words for us before you go? And folks, please keep David in your thoughts and your prayers. All right, please, I'm asking you. So, Michelle, is there anything you want to share with us before any parting remarks?
Yes, I just want to say thank you for having me at short notice. And I just want to ask everyone to if it doesn't have to be contribution of money, it's contribution of prayers, because that is all David need now is prayers, 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 prayers. Nothing works more than prayers, even though we need the money, right? And yeah, thanks for the person who told you about me.
Yeah, wonderful person, wonderful person. You know, and that person is gonna be upset with me right now because I don't mean to be political, but I have to say this. We see where the Jamaican government is begging, begging, begging to help people for burial. I think they should add this to the begging list. They should actually say, look, they should, in fact, they don't have to beg because they can just reach out to the embassies. And I'm telling you, I've seen this happen across the globe. They could just reach out to the embassy and say, listen, we have a special case here and we just need some assistance. And the assistance would be provided. I'm telling you. So, the government, if you're listening, are now are you gonna get you're gonna get this message a day or two later? Please look at David's situation and try your best and help. So, Michelle, I want to thank you for coming on. This is a very touching story. I see people crying in the chat already. Well, I don't see them physically, but I
One,
see people writing saying
sorry,
this is
one
touching.
second, 1 second, 1 second. Somebody just put in the chat that the government is involved. Minister Vaz is working with the family. You've been in touch with Minister Vaz, Mitchell?
Yes, my dad. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that when you said it. I'm sorry.
All right. So, Michelle, listen.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yes.
you're a
Yes, sir.
stranger. If you feel like we won't be on next week Saturday, but the following week, I'd love to have you come back and kind of give us a sense of a status report. How is he doing, and any kind of assistance that you've received, and any kind of assistance that you're looking for in the short term. But we're gonna do this one step at a time. You know what I mean?
Sure. No
So
problem. No problem.
yeah, but make it a date, and you're early. You're early to
One,
this. I was gonna say
one
don't
quick
be late, but
posted in the question in the chat. What in home supplies? Good question, Sophia. What in home supplies does David need right now?
Right now, everything, because his room has now become the hospital, because
Mhm.
everything that he used to get in the hospital they have to provide. So they need wound care supplies. They need glove. They need cotton gauze, and the solutions, the sterilized solutions, and all of those stuff. Diapers, feeding bags.
Painkillers.
Pain. Well, you get those prescription. He's taking prescriptions,
Mm.
ointments, and all those stuff.
all right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. When we talk in the week, just have that list ready for me, please. and then
Oh,
we'll go from there. Yeah, think about all the things that he's going to need for home care, right? Because he's
okay,
home right,
well.
and it doesn't look like they're going to back to the hospital, and then we'll go from there. By the way, we're joined by the illustrious Mr. President, or fearless president, and Mr. Bobby Finzi Smith, investigator extraordinaire, and our statistician, mathematician, astronomer, astrologer, doctor, Richard James. So, guys, I don't know if you've been listening to the conversation about what happened with Michelle's. Is there anything you want to say to her before we move to another segment?
No, I just basically wish her and her brother all the best because, as she's quite rightfully said, nothing beats prayers.
Indeed,
And if
indeed.
he has made it this far, he'll make it all the way.
Yes.
Indeed. Mr. President.
Just again, my sympathies and regards.
1 second, Mr. President is a prayerful man, and so I'm going to ask him to lead us into a prayer before Michelle come up for the line for her nephew, David. But go ahead with the opening remarks, and then you can just lead us another prayer.
All right. So I just want to say again, my heart goes out to the family, and I see how difficult it has been for your nephew. And thank you for being so brave to come on here to talk about his ordeal. And I know a lot of times when families are facing certain situations, it's very difficult to come publicly and express the need for whether financial or moral support. But I want to thank you for your courage. I want to thank you for bringing his story to life. Thank you for, just introducing us to him. And our thoughts and our prayers are certainly with you and your family. And so with that said, I'll just want to encourage everyone out there, if you're able to, please go ahead and donate something to this cause. As you can see, we are our brother's keeper. And from time to time, we might be the one who really need that hand. And that is what community is about. So let us support this wonderful and necessary cause. As you were told by Kevin, if you look in the description for today's broadcast, you will be able to see for the GoFundMe. And so I'm gonna go ahead also again and repost it to the chat so that you all can, wrong thing to post. I have it somewhere here, but I definitely want us to do that. Let's try this. There you go.
Before you leave some prayer, Mr. President, let me just have Mr. James. Richard, you have anything you want to say before our President finish up and take us into prayer? Because I don't want him pray and then you come after. So unless you go and give a prayer as well.
Okay. Well, usually in situations like this, sometimes, I'm really kind of shocked and I'm not good operating in circumstances like this. So that is a normal thing expected of like my family members. They know that these things I don't handle them very well. Okay. It's to see a young man, in prime of life. It's something that things like these are always kind of baffling to me, and sometimes I find them to be quite overwhelming. That somebody that age and of that kind of fitness level a few days before, and now the circumstances that he has to be wearing diapers and lying down, in a pretty much vegetative state. It's not, it's not something that I don't handle these things very well. They generally seem to be just out of the world to me. And I would just hope and pray that, everything that can be done on his behalf is done. And, just that everybody who is in his immediate environment, you have to keep a positive vibration. Don't look behind you, just keep looking forward all the time and doing everything that you can. And I'm sure that, we have the Almighty and we have a lot of very nice people in this country still. No matter how horrible the country looks, it's still a very beautiful place with a lot of beautiful people. And eventually we'll all see him through. I expect nothing less.
All right. All right, Mr. Prezi, take it away, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, so I want to first just ask us just to have a little bit of reverence. Try not to move around too much while we do this. Let us pray. Father, we thank you in the mighty name of Jesus for this young man. Thank you for his life. Father, we may not have all met him in person before, but today his story is here and it is real to us. I know you've called us to be our brother's keeper. So we ask you, Lord, that you will put in our heart, give us the mind and the desire to want to help, to want to contribute to the cause. And even as the songwriter said, lean on me when you're not strong, because there will be some times when we will need somebody to lean on. And not because we may need help in the future, we want to help, but may we help because we want to see some change in his life and a relief for his family, relief for his caretakers, relief for everyone who plays a role in his well-being and the quality of his life. I pray for his aunt and everyone else who's trying their best and doing their part to get the word out and also to get him the care and comfort he needs. But Father, the greatest part is that you're a miracle working God. And we know without any apology that you're able to do wonders far more exceedingly than we can ask or imagine. So if there's a realm of possibility where he could be totally healed, we know that you can do exceedingly abundantly above that and beyond that to infinite possibilities. So even so, Father, we pray that you will touch his body, you will touch his mind, and I pray that bless those who play a role in taking care of him. May your will be done. We tell you thanks. In Jesus' name. Amen. Right, I yield back to you.
Yeah, thank you. So, Michelle, please call me during the week, and
I
then
will.
just you plan to be with us.
Not this Saturday, the following Saturday, correct?
Right, not this coming Saturday, not next week Saturday, Saturday after.
Okay.
If you want, I can give the dates so that.
That's what, the 4th?
4th?
Is it the 4th? Yeah.
Okay. Same time? No problem.
Yes. All right.
Okay.
All right. Take care of yourself.
Thank you, and thanks for having me again.
All right. No problem.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. Hey, man, it was. But it's one of those things, you know. You just never know when these things are going to happen. And it's weird because as we were told, some of his the two classmates or two schoolmates or whatever that were with him, they died. They perished, you know. The driver, he survived. And then now he's, you know, going through a difficult time, but we will see them through, God willing. All right. So Prezi, good to see you again. I hope you're caught up, sir, because I can't get you tired. You're so busy.
Getting there, but we're getting there. So we're here.
Yeah. Well, where's Bobby? Oh, Bobby did the same way. Okay. Bobby, you're driving, man. I see you come out of the car a while ago. Bobby can't hear. Bobby not hearing me. All right. Folks, Kevin just show me this thing. Just throw this up. Let me. Where's the thing? All right, here we go. Okay. We have some news. Kevin, how do I put this one up here? The permit up.
Over here.
Okay, that's good. All right, folks. Somebody, I'm getting a feedback from somebody's mic. Is that Bobby? Yeah, Bobby, can you mute? So Dervin just joined us as well. All right. Now, folks, you know, we've had 3 protests so far. We had one in Miami, one in New York, and one in Washington, D.C. We have another one coming up this coming Friday, but it's more like a conference because it's going to be indoors. It's, if you can make it, in fact, let me see if I can find it. If you can make it, then please come out and show your support. Wait, the Kevin, me not see it.
For next
we'll
week.
Get to it before. Yeah, we'll get to it before the end of the show. What you're seeing on the screen now.
Well, Fred.
Yes, sir. Is that Bobby?
You drive it. So.
All right. What you're seeing on the screen is the latest permit for the protest. And what protest is this? This is the one in New York. Now, a lot of you reached out to me and you said, listen, we need to do another one in New York. We need people to see that we're serious. We need to get people out in numbers because the one that we did, the weather was crappy. It was chilly and it was raining. Well, your wish is my command because we went ahead and we have now secured a sound permit from the NYPD. And our protest is now scheduled to take place on August 30th. It's the last Friday. Let me big this up so I can see it. Hold on, man. Okay, there it is. It's the last Friday in August. It's actually the Labor Day weekend, which is a huge weekend in New York. They have the Labor Day parade on Monday in Brooklyn, and it's the last holiday for the summer. And traditionally, people take the Friday off and they take the Tuesday off. So all of you going to New York for that Labor Day weekend, the parade and the barbecues and this and that and that, make this a date. It's, again, the last Friday in August, and the sound permit we have runs from 10 to 1, but the permit itself, the protest itself is going to go from 9 to 3. But they've given us 3 hours where we can have speakers, we can have music, we can have this, we can have that. Slight change. They've moved us from where we were to another location. But we're not going to argue. We're going to go along with law enforcement. We respect the law. We're law abiding citizens wherever we are. And so we're going to go where they've suggested, because in New York, you do not need a permit to protest. Let me repeat. In New York City, that's Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, Manhattan, Staten Island, you do not need a permit to protest. However, you cannot impede vehicular or pedestrian traffic with your protest. You cannot. The police will show up and they'll ask you to disperse. And if you do not comply, appropriate action will be meted out against you. What we've done here, we've secured a sound permit. You need a sound permit in New York City to make noise, amplified noise. If you shout at the top of your voice, you don't need a permit, a noise permit. But if you're going to use a bullhorn, or if you're going to use speakers, anything that you're going to amplify the sound, you're going to need a sound permit. So we're law-abiding people. We complied with the law, so we have our permit here, and we're going to be going forward with this protest. Now, we have a group of ambassadors. They're not volunteers, and they're working on something special for you on that day. I won't give it away. I will have them, some of the members, if they all want to come, that's fine. But I want them to break the news to you as to what they will be doing on that special day for all of us. It is going to be a tremendous occasion. I suspect that it will be bigger than the first one. And we learned some things from the first one. So this one is going to be, if you thought the first one was organized, or even if you thought it was disorganized, this one is going to be very, very organized, because now we have ambassadors working on these on this event. So we'd love for all of you to show up and show out wherever you are: California, Tennessee, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, Florida, Virginia, Delaware, Jersey, Connecticut, wherever you are, Canada, the UK, wherever you are, we're asking you to come out. This is the last one in New York for this year. So we're asking you to come out in your numbers and come help us shout in unison and rail against bad governance. That's what this is about. And what better place to do it than something that represents the Jamaican government and also represents the Jamaican people. So starting next week, we're going to be doing a blitz, a media blitz, and we're going to be reaching out to people, not just a media blitz, but we're going to reach out to people like you, people who are listening, watching, supporting. And we want you to tell your friends, tell your family, tell your neighbors to come out. Especially, there's some key people who did, well, everyone's a key person, but there's some people that I expected to see the last time, like some preachers, and they know who I am talking about. We need to see you out there with your congregation, sir. There's a particular preacher from New Jersey. He knows what I'm referring to. We need to see you with your congregation out there. And there are some preachers in Brooklyn. We need to see them. We expected them the last time. They didn't show up. And for those of you who turned up late, please don't turn up late for this one. I don't know what happened the last time, but quite a few people turned up after the thing was finished. So, Deborah, they're talking about one in the UK, and Herb will probably give I'll leave that up to Herb to give some kind of status report on that. So that's our sound permit there. And yeah, we're gonna come out and we're going to have a good time. We're going to play a whole bunch of inspirational music. Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, In fact, speaking of Bob Marley, we've tried to reach out to the government because people said that the whole of we are one, and if we have differences, let's meet and quash it. Let's meet and talk about the differences, and so we did. The banana does that. Oh, that Dave, that was in DC. That was in DC. Show up for New York, it will be different because the law in New York is different than the one in DC. So show up and you'll see. So, we try to reach out to the government to say, hey, listen, let's talk, let's see if we can resolve some of these issues. And we were, as I said, we were dissed. And in fact, the minister came out and said, at this point in time, we have no interest in talking to no diaspora, no breakaway, no diaspora group, no traitors. Well, she didn't say traitors. Other people said that, but I think she used the word breakaway. Some people call us dissidents, traitors, treasonous, all kinds of stuff. So we don't know how we and them going to work things out. So I think it's appropriate I play this little clip here, people, and to see how passionate we are right now about what we're doing. And at this point, we are continuing to hold government accountable, and we will not stop. Check out this clip here.
We don't know how we and them are gonna work this out. No, we don't know how we and them are gonna work this out. But someone will have to pay for the innocent blood that they shed every day. Oh, children, mark my words, is what the Bible says. Oh, yeah. Oh, we don't know how we and them are gonna work this out. We don't know. No, we don't know how we and them are gonna work this out. No, we don't know. We don't know how we and them are gonna work this out.
Yes, people, we don't know how we and them are going to work it out, but we not stop. Like I said, we're not killing teeth, we kick out teeth. Kevin, you just showed me something a while ago. Wait there, the thing for next this coming Thursday. Wait there. While we're doing that, Herb, somebody mentioned about the UK. Is there any light you can shed on that for us?
Well, actually, two things. And one of the first one was in conjunction with the president and the ambassadors, is trying to get, and Trevor Smith put this forward, trying to get a team to walk in the Labor Day parade with our advertising banner, with some of our T-shirts, so they can be scanned, because that's 1.5 million people out there on Eastern Parkway going to Flatbush Avenue in Brooklyn. So it would be unfortunate for us to have our thing on Friday and then miss out the whole thing on Monday, because that's why most of the people are coming into town for that particular weekend. So that's 1.5 million advertising that we could stroke up a campaign for that weekend, which would run from the Friday through the Monday, and make sure that we get our stuff out there that Monday. If we can't get to walk in the parade, then we have to look at paying one of the floats to probably carry some more people and carry a banner. But we need that banner out there for Labor Day in Brooklyn. Right. The one in and that, by the way, is the largest um, event in North America in one day, because over 3 or 4 days or whatever period it is, the largest is the carnival in Canada, and so we'll make sure for August that our good friend Lonesome is aware of that, and we'll hopefully have our group form by that time to help out further in Canada. In the UK, we inquired about putting up a booth on the 26th of August, the last summer event, the last event in all of Europe that is on a massive scale where 1 to 2 million people meet at the Notting Hill Carnival in Notting Hill. I think it was Grant made a movie about Notting Hill, but it's nothing like this. You don't have this amount of black people coming together anywhere else in Europe, but they do come together on this particular weekend, because we're talking about the Monday. They will be there from like the 26th. So they'll be there the 24th, 25th, and 26th. 26th is the Monday. It's similar to Labor Day in Brooklyn, but that's the date we had set aside to participate. But it's possible, if we get a buy-in on a float or a couple floats, we'll participate over the full 3-day period. And we are also, I just queried Dr. Francis to see if we got the ads changed over, because we may have to come back to whoever did the recording, Will, and get the
no problem.
The lightning ad change over for London. And
All right,
and what is interesting is trying to get it up on the big screen in Trafalgar Square and Piccadilly, and all these other places. So we're checking on that too. So that is the where we are right now. We weren't able to get the approval for the booth, but we certainly can do the same thing like what we would do on Labor Day in Brooklyn, is try to get marchers with the and we're putting that together with the banner, and try to get the ad up in the various popular squares where people gather, because it's not just Caribbean people that come to the Notting Hill Carnival, or for that matter, in Brooklyn, Labor Day. So I think for 2 large events, it's worth our time and our plan.
Now, I see where Shirley is saying, and Shirley, please accept my apology, where it said that the venue, I said the venue will be changed, but I didn't indicate where the new location is. I apologize for that. I have it here right now. I'll show you. Kevin, you can't help me with this, because show me this man now for the week, All right, folks. Those of you who remember, who attended the one in New York, this deli is right on the corner of 41st. It's right across the street. Right? And remember, the parking is right there, right next to the deli. The deli has a bathroom, which is good to know. The new protest site is right here. It starts right here, and it goes way down the street. No mistake, we can't do this. Kevin, help me. All right, there we go. All right.
You're doing well, man. You're doing well.
Yeah, so the protest is going to be from right here. They're giving us this bus lane. There's no bike lane. On this side of the street where we were, there's a bike lane. And I learned some things. And let me just say, without I won't say much. I won't say more than this. Than to say that we know the effort that went into trying to disrupt our protest. And I'm not talking about the people across the street, the anti-protesters, the 8 people. I'm not talking about them at all. There were some other people behind the scene doing some things. And I found out this past Wednesday. Found out. But we're not going to go further than that, than to say, who God bless, no man curse. We're going to proceed anyway. So we're getting this lane for the entire block. They say that this lane can probably hold about 600 people. I need 600, at least 600 for come out. More the merrier. We might even get the sidewalk, part of the sidewalk. But this lane right here, where you see the taxi and this truck all the way down to this light down here, this lane will be our residence on Friday, August 30th from 9 till 3. This lane right here. Now, let me show you where we were. Let me see. Here we go. All right. See how close we are? This is where we were, right here. So we're literally across the street. We're not in front, but we're literally across the street. Let me show you again. See? That's where we are now. And that's where we were. So we're right across the street. The building is right there. We have some special things, but we won't talk about them. No, we'll talk about them when we get there on August 30th. But there are some things that we have planned, and these things that we have planned, they're completely 100% constitutional and legal. But there are some things that we plan to do to combat what people behind the scenes did and what they're planning to do. We know everything. We know everything what's going on. So let me see if Kevin. Oh, okay.
So you're going down the street.
Yeah, I want to turn around and face them now. So I'm gonna go so. I'm go so. Okay. All right, folks. This is where we were the last time. Right here. This is the entrance to the. Yeah. Remember the lane right here? This is where we're. That's the bike lane right there. We were in this lane right here. And the entrance to the embassy is right next to this middle truck. This truck right here. Right here. The embassy is right over there. And we were right here. All right. And if you recall, there was a barrier right here, and then the CG, her car pulled in right there, and then she got out, in front of this truck, and we called her, and she ignored us, and then she went in. Now they've moved us from right here to right there. We were right there. We're gonna be right there. Right away. Let's see if we can. We're gone too far, Kevin. Oh no. Okay. All right. So we were right. The entrance is this truck. This truck will block it. The entrance is right here to the building for the consulate. Right. And we're going to be right where that taxi is. And we're gonna position it in such a way that the speakers, they will face the building. They will face this building here. So we may have people coming this side and enter the pen here, and then the speaker will probably be down there. We'll work it out when we get there, because we're gonna get there early. I told the cops that we're gonna get there at 9, but from 9 to 10, we're just gonna be setting up. We're gonna set up the t-shirt stand. We're gonna have we plan to have a cooling station there as well, because we don't know what the weather is gonna be like. If it's gonna be hot or just moderate, we don't know. But all necessary plans will be made during that week. But physically, that's where we're going to be. This is where we were, right here. Let me pull it back a bit. Okay. We were right where this truck is right here. We were on this side of the truck. Right here. We were right here.
Right.
And now we're gonna be right. So let me show you something. This is looking up the street. Now, this is the bus lane, and the cops were telling me that they didn't want us here because the buses, when they make the turn right here. And in fact, they said that the reason why they're moving us is because there are two lanes turn from 42nd Street onto 2nd Avenue this way. So you come from here, just where this UPS truck is, just like that. So they're going east on 42nd Street and then they make the left turn here. Or they're going west on 42nd Street and then they make they're going east and they make the right turn here. Or they're going west and they make the left turn. Now, we were here the last time and the cops are saying that it was too close to the intersection and that there were a couple of near misses. People almost got hit by cars making this turn. So that's why they're not moving us. They're just asking us because remember, you don't need a permit. You don't need a permit to protest in New York. So they just said, we're recommending that you move over to this area. And when the police in New York, when they recommend something, it's tantamount to this is an instruction to do it, because if you don't do it, then you're going to have problems with them. Right? Because then if we say, no, we're going to be across the street, then they could come if we have 600 people, 400, whatever the number is, and say, look, you're impeding pedestrian traffic. You have to move. And then what do we do then? So that's where we are. So any questions? Yeah, the entrance is right there. Again, the entrance to the building is like right there. And we are right there.
Hey, Ratty, can you tell the audience why you're doing it on a Friday, not a Saturday? Some people in the chat was asking.
Yeah, we're doing it on a Friday because, well, first of all, let me show you you can't see the building. There's a building right there, right? This building has dozens and dozens of tenants. So nobody's going to feel threatened. In DC, people could say, well, we feel threatened because in DC, it's a standalone building. And that building in DC is occupied only by the ambassador and the staff of the embassy. So and we didn't want people to feel threatened like, well, they're coming here and we feel afraid to go out. We feel afraid to come in. In this case, as in Miami, it's a commercial building. We don't know the people who work there. So they have they don't have to worry about, anybody harming them. Plus, we're a peace-loving people anyway. We're a law-abiding people. We're not going to harm anybody. But I can understand from their perspective, if it's a standalone building, that they have to walk past us to go in, and they have to walk past us to come out. Here, we don't even know. We don't know who the employees are. Furthermore, with the way things are now, we are right here. See? With the way, oh, come on. Kevin, where are they? Okay. With the way things are now, we're right here. And they're across the street. So there's no safety issue if they were worried about that. They shouldn't have any safety issue in the beginning because, or in the first instance, because we don't know who people are and we're not there to harm anyone. We're just there to do what we have a constitutional right to do, which is to protest against bad governance. So, but now we're across the street. So that's why we're doing it on a Friday, because of the idea that there it is. That's the entrance right here. That's the entrance right there. So people don't have to feel unsafe or feel threatened, unlike what some people have said about us, that they know where we live and that they see people watering plants and that they're doing they're tracking us. Some, you know. So that's where we are. Any other questions before I get off of this? Let me see. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Oh, by the way, if we want to use bullhorns, we can, because we have the permit. We have a permit, and the police made it abundantly clear that yes, you can use your bullhorn. It's not a problem.
What about counter protesting?
All right, here we go. Let me see there. Here's our
Rebel.
counter protesting.
Yeah.
Well, look, we have no control over them, you know, Kevin. And so if somebody wants to show up, all right, if people want to show up and engage in counter protesting, that's fine. And in fact, we would argue that they have a right to do it. It's a free country. It's constitutionally permissible. And we don't object to people coming and expressing their views. Not at all. Not, in fact, personally speaking, if somebody asks me, how do I feel about them coming?
This is Herb and Ingrid. We're not available right now, so please leave us a message. We'll get right back to you.
I heard that. Herb, mute that. Okay. So I personally, President, and I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization. I'm just speaking on behalf of myself. I personally welcome the counter protesters because it is legally permissible. It is constitutionally their right to do that. And and the same thing, what they're doing is the same thing we're doing, except that we have a difference of opinions. But it doesn't mean we're going to fight or anything like that. You know, you express your views. And so if they want to be there, they don't need my permission. But all I'm saying to make it public is that I welcome them. I welcome them. The only thing though is that they can't come into our pen because the police said they will not allow protesters and counter protesters in the same pen. Because I asked them that, because I think the last time they were trying to come in at one point. That's what I heard. And the police said, absolutely not. We're not going to have counter protesters and protesters in the same pen. But they can go and talk to the police and then get their own pen. And then they protest as well, you know. And so far, it has not been violent. It's not been violent. It's been a war of words, you know, people saying things and then there's back and whatever. And that's fine. That's permissible, you know.
Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
How you do? Wouldn't they need a permit to set up their own little thing?
No, in New York City, you do not need a permit to protest. However, you cannot interfere with vehicular traffic or pedestrian traffic. Then the police will move in and they will tell you that you have to disperse. Also,
based on where you have set up, them don't have no room to be anywhere else.
Well, yeah,
that was 600 people, you know.
Well, what was that?
The space can take 600 people, Bobby. So, you know, there's enough room, but they have to get permits for their amplified voices.
Yes. But they can't come into our space.
No.
So any other space is on them.
Right.
Yeah. And
if I was mischievous, I'd say them can set up in the bus lane.
No, they can't set up in the bus lane.
I'm being facetious.
I know. They can't set up in the bus lane.
I'm literally throwing them under the bus.
No, they can't. And not only that, there are several things that they cannot do. It's not my business to inform them. The police will inform them. But there are certain things I found out in black and white for the first time on Wednesday, that there are certain things that they simply cannot do, or they will face being arrested. But it's not my job to inform them. It's their job to go out and figure out how they can come out and exercise their constitutional right. So that's where we are with that. Dervin, pick up yourself, Dervin. Kevin, just show me. You just show me the thing, Kevin. The one with the one for
Canada.
loans. It disappear again. I don't know what the hell I'm. Oh, wait a minute.
Next
Oh,
one.
yeah. Yeah, here it is, folks. Here's the flyer next week. There you go. And I'll read it. Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, in association with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And those organizations are us. They're not the Jamaican government. Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica, join us in conference as we speak against corruption, crime, poverty, failed healthcare, poor education, etc. in Jamaica. This event will be held on 26th of July. Hold on. I'm getting hold on. Let me
So
just.
anybody that not speaking right now, just quickly just mute for me, please.
Okay. So this event will be held on the 26th of July, 2024 at 1320 Ellesmere Road, Toronto, Canada. That's 1320 1320 Ellesmere Road in Canada. And it will go from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m., 7 hours of focus against bad governance in Jamaica. And guest speakers will be Man in the Wilderness, Renegade Unafraid, Wayne Lonesome, Will the Rebel Rattigan, Mystic Sensation Dynamic Duo, Aromatic, Maria, Jamaican Carlos, Dr. Rupert Francis, and many, many more. So come out in your numbers and support what we're doing. We get a chance to meet some of you as well, because it's one thing when you see people in the chat or you get a phone call. It's another thing when you can press the flesh. And so we're looking to do that. We're looking to press the flesh, and we want to just establish that relationship. We have a part of it already, but it's kind of impersonal. We're going to have the personal partner where we actually come up to you and we can talk to you about certain issues. So it's going to be a wonderful event. So I'm encouraging all of you to show up for this thing, whether you're in the US, England. In fact, my brethren Roland is going to be there with his wife, maybe some other family members, all the way from the UK. He's flying in for this event. So Roland, big up yourself. The US, I know quite a few people going. And of course, Lonesome have a large following in Canada. So it's going to be, it's going to be mad. It's going to be mad. Let me show you there's something here. Kevin, tell me if I put this up in the. Kevin, tell me if I put that up. Kevin, I make fun of a prime minister. So, Kevin said, "My stagger like in policy a stagger," So, there we go. No, gentlemen. We have a bunch of topics we can talk about. All right. I personally would like to talk about BERYL and what's going on there. And we have a setup for BERYL. We have a couple of videos here. But let me just hear from the people living in Jamaica, people like Bobby and Dervin and Richard. It's been several weeks now. I'll ask you a very simple question. I'll start with you, Dervin. What's going on now in the aftermath of BERYL as far as the recovery efforts are concerned?
Well, good afternoon again, everyone. Well, from the information that I'm getting from family and friends, especially in St. Elizabeth, that the restoration of light is very slow, even though the government has stated that linemen from Belize and a couple other Guyana will be coming this weekend to assist the JPS linemen in trying to get things back in order in St. Elizabeth. I don't know if they have reached as yet, but I'm hoping that they will reach. There's a massive mosquito infestation, especially in St. Elizabeth, in Clarendon, to where some of my family members are. Spoke to a cousin of mine in Manchester, He also stated that there's mosquito infestation over there too. So, uh, in terms of the necessary assistance, um, what I am getting from them so far, that it has been a little slow. I don't know why it is that way. I'm not sure if it's because of logistical issues due to falling trees and other things that are there, flooding, etc. But right now, it is a humanitarian crisis. We're not, and we have to call it like it is. Especially in Saint Elizabeth, is a very serious humanitarian crisis. And right now, I'm very troubled that we may have a serious outbreak of diseases starting from St. Elizabeth, going down to Manchester. I know that Clarendon has some restoration going on. A lot of places in Clarendon are back online. Some are still offline due to pilfering of wires, especially for the scrap metal industry, the copper wires especially. But I don't know why people would want to steal those wires and then have the audacity to cost the JPS personnel when you stole the wire, where they could have repaired those wires to get you back online. But I think it's the level of fully dunce that has infected our island these days. And but this is the current state of affairs, and I'm urging you folks in the diaspora to please assist. Send your monies to the charities that you deem are upright and upstanding and will get the job done. But right now, I can say we are in a humanitarian crisis.
All right. Thank you, sir. Bobby. 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 Hold on.
Yeah, you hear me
Okay.
now?
Yes. Loud and clear.
We missing one very salient point, that is going to hit us hard soon. St. Elizabeth is the breadbasket of Jamaica. Whatever is usually produced out of there that you are used to going and getting at the market is going to be in short supply, and what there is going to be is going to cost you mortgage money. So actually, you're on the brink of a food crisis. And there are places that don't have electricity that can't store food because there is no food. But I'm waiting with interest to hear what kind of excuse will be made for that.
All right. So, let me have Richard talk to us. He's from Mobile. Richard, what's going on in your neck of the woods?
Okay, I'm just going to begin right at the beginning. At the end of the storm, we recognize that as it pertains to water and electricity, that there was some amount of delay in, of course, getting those utilities up and running. We don't expect to have internet so much, because if we don't have electricity, that's going to be some, cause. However, it took longer than we expected. Not only that, but we are accustomed to seeing a little thing happen in St. James. We saw a big thing with Gilbert. We saw something with Gustav. We saw with Ivan, Sandy. We saw, quite a few of them. And we realized that immediately following this storm, that the workers were out, and they were everywhere you go in Montego Bay, St. James, you see somebody doing something. Everywhere you go. You cannot drive 5 kilometers and not see something going on until the entire thing was restored. Now, This time around, you'll be driving for hours and not see anything happening. No, you just have to be a very good observer to recognize something. Although we did not have many Sundays, coming up to this time, you realize that the work, most of the work, a lot of the work, and most of the time that you'll see them, which is of course few and far apart, would be on a Sunday or late in the evening. So that says something is that the work does not seem to be going on in the middle of the day, and surely not during the week. So there must be a reason for that, right? And of course, I believe that the reason for that is financial. I think it is economic. Some amount of economics where if you work on a weekend or you work at nights, then that will accompany maybe a larger fee for overtime or that kind of thing. So I'm just guessing because I'm just guessing economics. I'm guessing figure and I'm guessing the maximum return for the work of restoration. Because you would admit, everybody who is in St. James could probably say the same thing. Now, you have areas outside of St. James, half an hour drive from my home, in St. James, half an hour drive, where there is still no internet, no running water, and no electricity, right as I am speaking now. Now, if we consider what took place during Gilbert, because it's always good to make a comparison. Now, the devastation that followed Gilbert and how quickly restoration took place and how tirelessly the workers worked, we don't see anything resembling that. And we also have to give consideration that Gilbert was 1988. So you can say 88, 98, 2008, 2018. So you see how many decades that. So in this day and age, you would expect that we will be more advanced, far advanced. We have more equipment, more capable individuals because of training, because of experience, because of technology. So we expect that you would see some improvement in the whole operation. And what we have seen far less. So we're talking about now personnel. And that personnel has been coming from, I don't even know if during Gilbert we had anybody coming in from anywhere in the world, and if they did, what percentage. But think about it. There seemed to be something seriously wrong. And sometimes when you see things happening, as I have an old friend that says, you have to look at it from every possible angle. Is it that it is deliberate? With the slow restoration, is it deliberate? You probably have to give some consideration to that also, if it is deliberate. Because then, give me some serious answers to what we are facing now. We need some serious answers. You will discover people in St. James who receive light. There are 7 days in a week, and I can bet my life that most of you would have received electricity on a Sunday, like I did. You would have received electricity on a Sunday, and if 50% of the population of St. James receive electricity on a Sunday, when there are 7 days in a week, 1/7 as opposed to 0.5, then that's a very serious thing. Why is it like that then? So I think that it's a bit slow. No, not a bit slow, quite slow. The whole recovery process. Well, Montego Bay is up and running,
Well,
and downtown, because we go around and we take a look at the place also and see what's down, what's not down, you know, and we see that someplace in Norwood, we saw light pole broken and all of that. You imagine that they will not get electricity immediately. That was done, that it was returned maybe last week, Sunday. Of course, a Sunday again, in the vicinity of Greens going up to Paradise Norwood. There's a place in Norwood, which is, of course, a little over 8 minutes drive from Montego Bay. They don't have any electricity. They cannot buy juice now because they don't have anywhere to put their juice, and that's just up the road from Montego Bay, the center of the town. So there's some serious difficulty that we're having there.
Let me thank you to all of you for providing an update on what's going on in Jamaica. But let me just add this. Jamaica, hurricane is not new to Jamaica. Jamaica has been dealing with hurricanes for centuries. And when you hear a government says that we are prepared, in fact, I have it right here where one gentleman said minister said Jamaica has never been fiscally prepared for a hurricane as it was for Hurricane BERYL. That came from the Minister of Finance, right? He said that. Now, what I'd like to do, because I personally heard the Prime Minister say words to the effect that Jamaica was prepared. In fact, I think I have some notes here from one of his press conferences where he said, I'll have to look and see if I can find it. I'll come back to it. But he said that Jamaica was prepared for Hurricane BERYL. But I don't have to tell you, now I'm searching and trying to give you the words that the Prime Minister said. But I'm going to play for you now what the government itself said. This is, as Lone Samuda said, not my words, right? Listen to this and I'll make some comments as we go along. Listen to this.
In relation to those two areas of responsibility, the NWA, first of all, has activated our parish teams, and the parish teams are in contact with the local municipalities as well as the relevant disaster preparedness apparatus in each of the respective parish. In addition to the activation of our parish teams, our construction has also been phased to reduce the impact of the hurricane, and in particular, the damage caused by water. The runoff on the construction site is usually exacerbated by open areas on the construction site. So we've taken steps to mitigate against that. Some of the more vulnerable areas in this regard, on the South Coast Highway improvement projects, which you all know about, areas such as Harborview to Yalas Bridge, Stella Road, Shooters Hill, Rest Haven, Open Sea Close, Morales Drive, Peasant Drive, and Comrose Drive. These are areas which are particularly vulnerable, and we have taken special steps to secure the site in these locations.
Well, on it. He's taking special steps to secure the sites in these locations. And you're going to hear him talk about bushing and all of that, as if to say this is the first time this is happening to Jamaica. This speech should have never been made. The actions that he's talking about, most of these actions should have been taken years ago. You shouldn't wait for a hurricane to come to say, well, we're going to do bushing and we're going to do drain cleaning. This is something that is should be part of the infrastructure initiative. You shouldn't wait for something tragic staring you down and then you say, oh, we're going to do this. But let's listen.
In addition to cauterizing or attempting to cauterize the impact on our construction sites, we're also responsible for drain cleaning. And while drain cleaning is tremendously important, I did make the point early on that incidences of flooding should not be necessarily confused with lack of drain cleaning, because it is the capacity of the drain that ultimately determines whether or not flooded.
That's why you have an infrastructure initiative. Because if you realize that the drain is not enough to support the volume, to clear up the volume, then what do? You address it. This is not something that just happened yesterday or happened just in the just before BERYL.
Then occurs. Nonetheless, we started our drain cleaning activity in May. Each constituency.
We started our drain cleaning activity in May. You believe these words coming out of this man's mouth? Jamaica have a flooding problem from time immemorial. That's why them call Waters, because when it rains, there's no drainage system in Waters except the roads. Them don't have a gully where or a manhole or something like that where the water flow and go below ground and like with Sandy Gully. The roads in Waterhouse, that's your drainage system. And it's been there from time immemorial and nobody no fix it. Nobody no fix it.
But
And
Mr.
no, you talk. Yeah?
There's another issue that is not being addressed. Town and town planning. We have a lot of matchboxes going up in areas that they should not have gone up, and it caused a lot of land erosion problems, especially in the hills, right? So that is another cause for concern, especially in the hills, because Jamaica has a lot of limestone. Most of our hills and mountains is made up of limestone. So when you put concrete structures here, which normally when you have the heavy rains go down into the limestone, seep down, and it feeds our rivers and streams. When you have the concrete there, so it just wash off and goes into another direction, all the and wash us out basically.
Yeah,
So we
something
don't have proper. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we'll get like a feedback like in mind. But go ahead. No,
Um,
I don't mean to interrupt, but you go and hear him talk about that as well. Hold on.
It was voted a minimum of $1 million to undertake drain cleaning. And those activities started in May, as I said, and are continuing to this day. In addition to the constituency-based drainage cleaning exercise, we've also added a couple other areas based on our analysis. Wikiwaki in St. Andrew, the Sandy Gully, we spoke about the Sandy Gully, the two bridges on the Sandy Gully in the vicinity of the Washington Boulevard and on Spanish Town Road are particularly vulnerable to the sediment that accumulates in the gully. And so we started cleaning the Sandy Gully in those particular.
Listen, them two gullies that we might talk about, we know them like the back of my hand. We know, in fact, we used to go from Waterhouse to Washington Gardens. Instead of to go around from Spanish Town Road, we used to go down from the garbage, down a capture land there. You know the place, Kevin. Go down jump down from the garbage in a Sandy Gully and then go down and cross it and come over in the Washington Gardens. We know them two. The one up, we used to go up Seaward Drive up on Mullines Road. We used to come off of the bus, take Seaward Drive, go up on Mullines Road and cross over that bridge and we'll go to the Washington Boulevard. We know these are problems that have been there for years. And I just know them, say them about sure
areas over the weekend, and we will continue until Minister Clarke's money runs out. Initially, we had earmarked, I think, about $6 billion for the Sandy Gully. The Prime Minister was generous enough to have secured additional funding for us, and we continued the drain cleaning on the Sandy Gully. But it's an enormous job cleaning the Sandy Gully. We've also tackled the South and the North Gully in St. James, Danvers Penn in St. Thomas, low-lying areas in Kingston, Portmore, Seaview Gardens. Those areas are being given special attention. The drain along Marcus Garvey Drive, we're all familiar with the periodic flooding which occurs on Marcus Garvey Drive. Again, it is to be understood that flooding on Marcus Garvey Drive is really a manifestation of a very large drainage area that starts in Papine, and Marcus Garvey Drive is the end point. So flooding on Marcus Garvey Drive is largely impacted by Richmond Park.
Them know that. So the flooding on Marcus Garvey Drive did it from Marcus Garvey alive. Right? Them know this. And you hear me come talk about now, say Yeah, we know it's coming from Papi. We know this. We know this. We just need to fix the problem. That's why we let you know. Fix the. You know what? All right, hear me out.
At Crossroads, Papine all the way down, and Angel Marcus Garvey Drive. So we have taken the precaution to do some cleaning in that area. But again, as I said before, we are really realistic. The intensity of the rains that are anticipated will overwhelm the existing capacity of the drains in those areas. So some flooding will be expected, and we advise the public to adhere to the warnings being given by the various agencies. We've also done some emergency drain cleaning in Ocherius and St. Anne's Bay area as well. We will this afternoon be activating our emergency operations center, which is a satellite of the National Emergency Operations Center. And in that center, we will receive reports of flooding, we will receive reports of roadblocks, and our teams will be mobilized to respond. And we'll also be in a position to coordinate that information and prepare for Cabinet the updated reports on a daily basis. So that's our report.
Movement. Who next? Oh, God. Listen to this, I want you. Listen to this, I want
Good afternoon, all. My updates are to share with you what the NWC have been doing, what we plan to do in the event of BERYL. We at the NWC, we are the main service in potable water and wastewater services provider on the island. We have activated our in-house committee for preparedness, for which I'm the chairman. So I've reminded the teams of what is it that we are to do, and there are some general pre-hurricane readiness activities that we have put in place, some of which include reminder of the disaster committees, reminder of participation in the other stakeholder committees that we need to share information with. We are to update our contact listing and share with ADPEN and the municipal corporations. Other pre-activities include reinforcing our disaster plan, further review.
Not for moving, because this is a waste of time. You hear him talk about, all I'm talk about, is meetings about other meetings and having people put plans and plans and plans. And then when BERYL came, look where the plans amounted to nothing. Even though you hear Richard tell us that people there without electricity and water right now. So all of these plans that I'm talking about, they're just a mountain. It's just all beautiful speak. And at the end of the day, plans that could have been implemented, they have not been implemented. No.
Ratty,
yeah.
From what I'm seeing is that most of their disaster planning was post-hurricane, where they would clean up those particular drains. Why? Because of the threat of dengue from standing water, the mosquito breeding areas.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing they were concentrating on. There really was not a pre-hurricane plan as such. It was all post. And the only thing they were worried about was the health situation with the mosquitoes. So all of this stuff now that they're getting hit with, because the storm came within 50 miles of the southern coast, it is surprising to them. So so all that speech that they were ready was a waste of time.
Is it so much post-storm planning, or is it post-storm action? Because historically, here we go again, glorified talkers with elaborate words. They've been planning for the longest while, but there has been no action. So now the storm rolled through, there's some action as it relates to the most affected areas. But little things cause big problems. So the least affected areas contribute to the most affected areas. And because all I never do, we end up with this big problem.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Let me
So,
just big up. Let me just big up, because now they're in the begging mode, and the stone that the builder refused has become the main cornerstone. Them cuss out the diaspora and said that we had them classify we in the most disgraceful way, and yet still them come to us now a beg for our generator, beg for boat. BERYL over them want boat, them want inflatable boat, them want steel hull, with them steel hull boat. And
mhm.
look, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again, and I know some people don't like it. If you have family at Jamaica, send them the money directly. The government will get its pound of flesh out of them, because when you send the money, the organization or the establishment that's providing the funds to them, whether it's MoneyGram or Western Union or whatever, the government get a piece of that money, right? In taxes or whatever. Send the money to your family directly. If you have barrels of goods and things like that, if you have supplies, send it to your family directly. If you don't want to send it to your family directly, there are charities out there that you can send it to, reputable charities that will ensure smooth and efficient and direct delivery of goods to those really in need. Do not send your things to the Jamaican government. I repeat, do not send money, especially money. Do not send money to the Jamaican government. And we're hearing stories about things that have been sent to them that are being sold. Don't know how true that is. But the one thing I can tell you, the Auditor General, I believe in that lady, Miss Ellis. I believe in that lady, and I believe in the things that she's reported. And I haven't heard any complaints about her from the Jamaican government to say that whatever she's reported, that it's incorrect. So if you follow the Auditor General's report, you have absolutely no reason to give these people your money. Here is a charity I want to big up. Grace So Amazing Soup Kitchen, and a big up on yourself. Them people that do the real work. Them a feed people on Maxfield Avenue and elsewhere, right? And Jamaica Council Church of God, 7th Day. Them people that do the thing. Here is another one. Here's another charity that I want to big up. What them there? Which I will put them. Oh, see that? Last Cochin Foundation. Them people that do the real work, right? Them are sent, them are see some of the things them do, yeah. All right. It's about them put out them things. And they might do it throughout the Caribbean, not just Jamaica. Jamaica Impact. See that? Impact the Caribbean and St. Andrew. You use the right word, Durbin. So them said to date over 160,000 people, including 37,000 children, require humanitarian assistance. Humanitarian assistance.
Yes, sir.
Then them put
Because our family down there, our family down those three parishes, our family in those three parishes that are affected.
see them talk about impact to Clarendon and St. Elizabeth. Hospitals and health centers in North and South Clarendon and St. Elizabeth have been declared non-operational, even though we heard from the minister that everything back to normal. Um, that everything would be back to normal the Monday after the storm. Many areas without clean water, electricity, businesses forced to shut down, roads unsafe, water and vector-borne disease such as dengue. Um, See the things them now. See what we are talking about here now. We are talking about where the rubber meet the road. See that 2 days after the impact of Hurricane Beryl, right? The Lasco Foundation partnered with another foundation, JWN, to provide relief care package to 400 families in Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, and Kingston. 2 days after. Two. 1 week later, 300 more. Right? And then partner with Sandals and Operation Save Jamaica and the New Testament Church of God in distributing 550 relief care packages to families in Clarendon and coastal farming communities in St. Elizabeth. Watch out. 1 week after Hurricane Beryl, the Last Touching Foundation, in collaboration with their partners, distributed 1,470 relief care packages, benefiting more than 4,000 people in 25 communities. And it goes and see them show. Oh, my little community benefit too. City Waterhouse, right? Them get a little benefit, them get a little strength from them people. Yeah. Laska, big up on yourself. Big up on yourself and next steps and it just goes on and on and on. This is what the government would be doing, right? To help out. But no, that's another situation. I don't know this.
Even our dancehall artist Shensia has along with her, I think Ramesh, her partner in crime in the dancehall music, has went to St. Elizabeth to donate a lot of things to the people. So we have to big them up.
By the way, folks, sorry to interrupt you, Durban. If you want to send your stuff, see the thing for Sita, for Lasco, see it right as so. info@lascochinfoundation.org. And see, you have a WhatsApp phone number right there, so. When you take on your phone and take a picture of that, please. See the website over here, so. lascofoundation.org. Eh?
Them can just scan the QR code.
Scan the QR code now, please. Please. This is a real foundation that do real work. Just like the soup kitchen and the Church of God and them people. Them are do real work for help the people. Them now beg on the phone of money and then them can't account feed. Them people actually take the assistance to the people. Right? If you're going to use a middle person, I don't want to say middleman, but I have to be gender careful. If you want to use a middle person between you and the people in need, use the foundation, use Lasco, use the soup kitchen, use all of them. Them have a whole bunch of them out there. Do not use the government of Jamaica. Do not, because we don't know if the help going to reach. And this government has a proclivity for acting like Houdini. Money just disappear. Them a magician. Money just come in and just disappear. And we can't afford to have that happen. So when you take down the code and all the information is there. No,
Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
You know what caused this? And right now I'm very hurt right now because, as I said, I'm family from Clarendon all the way to St. Elizabeth. A corruption caused all of this, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Corruption caused all of this, you know.
No.
We should not have been in these places.
Let me just say something here about the relief aid, and I want to hear from the panel about this now. The Chinese, about a few days ago, then give Jamaica 7 million, I think it's 50,000 US dollars, right? The UN give Jamaica 2-point-something million US dollars. The US get 2-point-something million dollars. And then we hear about these funds that were triggered by BERYL that netted the Jamaican government, I think it's 16-point-something million dollars. And we hear about more funds coming in. But what we don't hear about is the big one, the bonanza, the jackpot, which is the cat bond, which is supposed to insure us up to 150 million US dollars. We don't hear nothing about that. Kevin, why you help me out here? What the one there with the minister? That video there, because more deal with film case right now too.
Oh, that's the one that was preset, right?
Yeah.
If you don't see it, It should be over there to the right hand side. If you don't see it, I can get it up for you real quick.
No, I'm not see.
Okay.
I didn't do that. More show something. Oh, I'm finding the logarithm thing for me now, please. With that there.
Find which one?
Which part is there? Where?
No. Which other one you want me to find?
Minister Clarke, logarithm. Or algorithm. Tropical rhythm.
All right, let me.
Yeah, I want to show the people them something.
That one was the conference.
Well, that look fit. No,
I just found it. I just need to.
Okay.
Which one of the articles is that?
This is the one that he did this week.
Okay.
I want to play the logarithm video first.
Oh, let me. All right, here. Let me take over your computer for a minute.
We've been talking about oh, this is the one where this is where is it? Somewhere down here, sir?
Yeah.
We've been talking about people using fancy words and all of those things. I remember I started the month
words. All right, you ready? You just hit play,
and then just look for the other one for me now. All right, let me play it. I played this last week, folks, but it's worth playing again. Hold on, there. Here we go. All right, this. Okay, hold on. Let me hit play. All right.
Intensity of Hurricane Beryl did not trigger Jamaica's catastrophe bond, which essentially serves the purpose of providing,
let me go back,
as well as how much we will need. The path and intensity of Hurricane Beryl did not trigger Jamaica's catastrophe bond, which essentially served.
And you hear that? The path and intensity of Hurricane Beryl did not trigger the bond. What bond we're talking about? The $150 million bond. So we now have nothing to get from that the bond there. And that are the big one. We don't have nothing to get. Kevin, find the logarithm there for me there, please. Before I put up this article and go through this article and show people. Like that? Wait there.
That's I think it's this one. Is this one here, so?
Remember no folks, what I'm saying now. Say it no trick. This man are full of beautiful words and speeches, and if you're an ordinary man in a community, ask, do you understand when this minister talk to you? They're going to tell you no. No. So what good is education and leadership if you can't communicate to people and you're there to serve them? What good is that? Right? Now, let me go through this article here. I have two articles here, and they're so telling about this person. And that's why we said BERYL is the undoing of him. I'm going to show you something. Wait there. You find it yet, Kevin?
Excuse me, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Remember that we are going to take a look at some numerical analysis of the.
No, me no forget your brother. Me no forget. Hold on a second there. Let me put up this article here. Well, while Kevin find the logarithm, algorithm, tropical rhythm thing there. Let me put this. I'm not sure the people and stuff. You said middle control and what?
Plus.
Control and plus.
Oh, wrong screen.
Oh, sorry, brother. It now. Now, do I ask about it now or?
No, man.
Okay. Hold on then. Okay. All right. Now this is an article that it's one of the houses in my mash up in Jamaica. When at Portland Cottage in a Clarendon, see there. House gone. Right? Now we're gonna go through this article here with this written by the minister. But let's start at the end. Let's start at the end. Bear with me there. Hold on.
Just a little bit up from there. No, those are the ads. So it's other direction.
Yeah, but okay. All right. I'm gonna move this one now. I'm gonna move this. I just left
that one apparently doesn't get moved.
All right. Yeah, see the article, huh? It said Dr. Nigel Clarke is Minister of Finance and the Public Service. Right? He's the one who did this article. No. Look at the very last paragraph. It says, in a future article, I will address other instruments in Jamaica's disaster risk financing framework, including what? Jamaica's catastrophe bond. The one we just hear him say we not get no money alpha. Right? No.
The hurricane where the Jamaica has to be destroyed in order to get anything.
Exactly. So that's yeah. In fact, the video you just put up in him say it in the video too. Say it after me. You know what, Kevin? I'm gonna put back that. Let me see if I can put back that video there. Find the part for me where him said that there have to be a 4 or 5 and it have to do this and it have to do that. In the meantime, let me show you when we just go through this article and show you how our very verbose and articulate Minister of Finance attack to the people. Now am I right? And the guarantee you say, my people them from St. Elizabeth, them read this, them don't know what I'm talk about. Right? Because him don't have the common touch in terms of communicating an idea to people so that they can understand in simple everyday language. Him don't have that. Now here's what he said. In September 2004, Hurricane Ivan demolished Grenada, blah, blah, blah. And so he's giving us a history as to how this Caribbean financing for natural disasters came about. So in September 2004, hurricane demolished a whole bunch of islands. Bunch of the prime ministers in the Caribbean, in a CARICOM, they got together and said, we need to get financing so that we can take care of these natural disasters or the destruction caused by these natural disasters, right? So here's what whenever you see this, this word, when you say the international community responded, what that means is that we begged. That's what that means. Whenever you see that, written by any government official in Jamaica saying international community responded, it means that we'll go and we beg them. So it says it responded by providing what? Technical and financial resources. So them beg the international community to set up this thing called the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. Big word, big name. All it is like insurance. So say we will set up this thing so that if somebody island get damaged, we give them our money. Right? Now talk to my people now. Right? We talk to our people. So we don't have to use all of them. We're gonna break it down and show you. So this this. So them go to the international community, then beg them to set this up for them. So them set it up. Now, here we go. This funding site, right, was developed under the technical leadership of the World Bank and with a grant money from the government of Jamaica. Oh, by the way, why are we taking money from Japan? Japan have a GDP to debt ratio of over 200. In Jamaica, we have one that is about 74. So why are we taking money from Japan? Are we outsmarting Japan? That Japan have a poor economy and them are give we money because based on what the Prime Minister and our verbose and articulate Minister of Finance say, you would think that we are the ones supposed to be giving money to people because they're talking about the payment, the payment plan that they're on. They're talking about GDP to debt that they can pay their bills and they have more money they can spend on the people. So why are we asking a country with over 200% the GDP to debt and we are 74%? Why we are bother them for money? Why? Because people. There's the fallacy of the GDP to debt argument. And don't believe the hype. It don't mean nothing to the regular Jamaican. Because the way them talk, and I've heard the Prime Minister say, oh, we're doing better than some of the countries you live in. I'm talking about America and Canada and the UK because all three countries, their GDP to debt ratio is higher than Jamaica right now. Yet,
all the countries for help, for financial assistance.
Yeah.
But you have to look at it from the economics point of view that Japan is more, what should I say, is more richer than Jamaica. So what you're saying about the GDP to debt ratio is spot on. There are other things that are working for Japan. They have a very vibrant manufacturing industry. So that makes them very powerful especially in the G7 countries. So their manufacturing is thriving. Technological development, yes, yeah, I would call them the mini China in terms of technological development, and their exports is off the charts. So,
whoa, Dervin, don't forget the learned junior minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade came to the diaspora and he said it on radio in Connecticut. He said it in person down in Miami, and he said it in person in the UK. He said, for the first time in 30 years, Jamaica's exports exceed imports. That's one of the biggest, fattest lies him could ever tell, because there is a deficit right now of $5 billion US dollars.
Mm-hmm.
5 billion, and this man and them, tell small lie, a big lie. The man are telling, big lie.
But another thing, Mr. Rattigan,
we're not whole. We're not deficit, meaning that we export, I think, 1 point something billion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we import something like 7 billion or something like that. I don't remember, but it's a negative 5 point something billion dollars, right? And this man have the nerve to go out and tell people this lie, saying that for the first time in 30 years, exports exceed imports. But
what you have to further investigate this institution which the government went about getting its so-called insurance facility. Because from what I know about insurance, you're here to make money. And
exactly.
There must be some facilities, and I know that for some, and well, maybe all insurance company, once they collect your money is put out on the world market, stocks, bonds, whatever, to generate income. So we have to look further into that and see who are the actors behind it and who will be benefiting. The question is the government benefiting under the carpet and we don't know? These are some issues we have to
let me just finish up this thing and then bring the panel in, because some more begging go on, because capitalized through contributions by the government of Canada. Canada GDP to debt ratio is higher than Jamaica's. The EU, the World the governments of the UK and France, the Caribbean Development Bank, and the governments of Ireland and Bermuda, as well as blah, blah, blah. These donors contributed 47 million. No, you notice, you're not said, you know, Jamaica money this, you know, Jamaica not put the money yet, you know. These donors contributed 47 million to the initial capitalization that allowed this financial scheme to open its doors to Caribbean government in 2007. I found this quite interesting. As a legal entity, this CCRIF, this Caribbean Funding Scheme, is domiciled in Cayman, has no physical offices, and operates virtually with its CEO based in St. Lucia. I get nervous when I read that. I get nervous when I see that. But we can move on. Now, listen to this. Over the 10 hurricane seasons between 2007 and 2016, Jamaica was impacted by 5 natural disasters, and he named them, right? And he says, despite the impact of these 5 natural disasters, Jamaica received no payout, right? So what's so important about 2016? That's the year that this government took office, right? So now he's coming in. So now I'm going to tell you what he did know to reverse this issue, right? So he said, by 2016, Ministry of Finance had only 94 million Jamaican dollars. And he said, for practical purposes, this was a single layer of disaster risk financing, meaning that the only money we could get to deal with natural disasters was this Caribbean financial scheme, and it wasn't working for us, right? And so he came in. Well, let me get to where him jumped. All right, here it is now. In 2017, opposition members start complaining about the lack of payout and that this wasn't a good deal. Now, here is where we get the self-absorbed, self-important, verbose, articulate minister to jump in. Listen to this. It's not, if this is self-absorption, I don't know what it is. You hear me say, by the time so he said the pronoun, the personal pronoun I. Him not talk about the government now, so we have to hold him accountable now for anything will happen to this fund, you know. Because I'm saying, him a come now, him a the savior, him a come to make things right. So by the time I became Minister of Finance in early 2018, the sentiments about this Caribbean financing thing was negative. And as such, ministry faced pressure to terminate or reduce our arrangements. Listen to this. In my maiden budget presentation, I advanced the view. What a man love himself. I advanced the view that pursuit of economic independence requires an institutional response to the financial risk of natural disaster. No, you see, when I talk about being verbose people, the typical Jamaican will come from my part of St. Elizabeth. They don't understand this language when they talk like this. Talk to the people that can understand it, right? So he must say them not have no money, so him are the savior. Him come in now, and him will make sure say them have a good response to any natural disaster. So them come up with this. Look at you again. Further, speech writer, sir. Further, I outlined that our strategy for disaster risk would rely on multiple layers instead of only a single layer. Very good. And what are these layers? These layers would include, when somebody said would include, you know, it means more. But would I like him said these layers are, but him said these layers would include. So we need to know what the others are. Besides we might tell we know. Him said accumulated fiscal savings. That's one. That means it's something that come from the with the budget, consolidated fund. That sounds like something that come from a consolidated fund. Accumulated fiscal savings. A credit facility. Sound like him I got borrow from somebody. A catastrophe bond. That is the one we get from the World Bank, as well as the Caribbean one. So I'm named 4. Accumulated fiscal savings, so that come from out of the consolidated funds. A contingent credit facility, that sound like him I got borrow money from IMF or World Bank. Catastrophe bond, that from the World Bank, as well as the one that existed, that was existing at the time, the Caribbean funding scheme. which is not static, but whose policies are renewed and optimized each year. All right, fine. He said, we accomplished all of these goals, including even additional layers long before Hurricane Beryl, with the design philosophy that every storm would not trigger all instruments. However, fiscal resources would always be available from some instruments for every storm. I'm right. That is not the purpose for the cat bond. The cat bond was that, hey, something happened and it's devastating. We need more money. But he got outsmarted. He got outplayed in negotiating that deal. So we heard the critics, engaged with the CCRF, blah, blah, blah. We stuck with and advocated for increased coverage and optimized parameters within budgetary constraints. Today, Jamaica's policies with the CCRIF have completely different parameters from the policies of 2007. So he might follow out upon what was happening before, and he has a right to do that. And him said, no, things changed. So, for example, Jamaica's tropical cyclone policy, no, because I am here, I am the savior. It now has a significantly lower attachment point, which is defined as the minimum severity of an event loss, which gives rise to a payment and therefore the loss value at which the policy contract is triggered. This one are not ready for prime time, man. Oh, you can't talk to the typical Jamaican and not talk to them way, right? Today's policy also has a much lower exhaustion point, which is defined as the severity of the event loss at or above which the maximum payment is triggered. All the officer says, listen, we have some insurance here. And what happens is that if a certain event happen, they will get money. If it not happen, we don't get no money. It's a risk and a gamble we are take. They might take a gamble. People who are insured, they might take a gamble. All right? And one thing people must understand too is that the financial scheme in the Caribbean, it's not based on actual loss. Them have some module and it's based on wind and pressure, and them come up with a formula saying if you have this much wind and this much pressure, this is how much you're going to get. It's not based on actual loss. We don't know who come up with the scheme there. So them get one for rainfall. So I'm saying in 2020 they get one in the amount of 3.5 million for tropical cyclone Eta. That was in regards to rainfall. I'm saying the second payment will be made in 2024. So they only get one payment already, and they might get a second payment for BERYL in the amount of 16.5 million as our tropical cyclone policy has triggered. But that has triggered with the Caribbean finance instrument, not with the cat bond. And there may yet be a third payout from the Caribbean financing scheme to rainfall. The Caribbean scheme provides, here it is, model-based parametric insurance. This allows for faster payouts than indemnity insurance, which requires loss adjusters to go into the field, blah, 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 for actual losses. So when this is exactly what I just said. Them doing it, and it's based on actual losses that the payout is. Here it is right here. Here it is. CCRIF policies are not triggered by actual observed losses. It's right there. Instead, payouts are made against modeled losses. They maintain huge amounts of data about the distribution, location, and value of assets in insured member states. Once a tropical cyclone passes and its descriptive, quantitative parameters are known, CCRIF simulates the passage of the hurricane on its computers, incorporating the database of asset distribution, and calculates the value of the damage sustained in the modeled event. For the policy to trigger, these model losses have to exceed the attachment point in the policy. So it's not based on actual loss. They're looking at a model, they put it on the computer and say, okay, the hurricane was this big, with this wind speed, this pressure, this rainfall, and therefore it should cause this amount of damage. Plus, there's something else where you have to do a deductible. For some of these policies that I'm talking about, you have to pay take a deductible out there. So like for the first $1 million worth of damage, you don't get no money. After that, you get money, but the first million you have to pay for the first million. So if the model says, you suffer damages in the amount of, or losses in the amount of 5 million, you have the deductible for $1 million, so you only going to get 4. Here it is, the maximum payout, which will insufficient. I mean, when you read this thing out with this gentleman here, right? Here's a statement that I put right here. See, here it is right here. As such, Jamaica has never been better fiscally prepared for a hurricane as it was for Hurricane Beryl. So why we are beg? Why are we taking money from countries that the GDP to debt ratio is higher than ours? Why are we begging the diaspora that we're kicking at the ass all the time? And then I'm going to say, in a future article, I will address other instruments in Jamaica's disaster risk financing framework. No, tell we no. Tell we no. So, folks, let me move this. This is a gentleman. I mean, I appreciate his academic prowess. I appreciate his achievements. But there's a problem here. And the problem is communication. Just because somebody have a degree and they did well in school doesn't translate into good communication skills. My mother could have done a much better, and all our mother could have done a much better job than this in conveying to people that, listen, they take a chance, they buy a bond, they commit the country of Jamaica to the tune of $10 million plus dollars, $10 million US dollars a year for this thing in premiums. It not work out because me get tricked. The man them trick me because no, it have to be a 4 or a 5 hurricane. It have to have a certain pressure. It have to be a name storm, and it have to pass over Jamaica through one of the 19 grids where we have. What's so difficult about saying that? That's one of the hallmarks of a leader, that when you feel, you come out and you say, listen, folks, I did it for the right reason, but it didn't work out. We're going to do better next time. There's nothing wrong with that, because the whole are we imperfect. But when you come out and you get the impression and say, you will do this and you will do that and you will do this, and you try cover up the facts. Let me throw something out.
Ratty, let me say this before you go forward, right? The idea is, are there contingency funds for crisis in Jamaica, local crisis, especially from hurricanes?
Yes.
Well, Jamaica has established several contingency funds to address local crises and emergencies, right? The one that you are keen on was the last one he did, which the cat bond may not have been triggered, but they have access to the 16.5 million US dollars in disaster relief funds from the CCRIF. And that was triggered following BERYL.
Right.
Right. Now, the CCRIF represents just the 4th layer in a multi-layered disaster risk financing network. Right. Of course, we used to talk about the first layer before, which is the 4.5 billion that they have US allocated, and they serve as first call for financing recovery efforts after natural disasters. The second one is a contingent credit claim with the Inter-American Development Bank,
IDB.
IDB. They have amounting to over US $285 million, Jamaican 40 billion. That serves as an additional layer of protection. And then the last one is precautionary and liquidity line with the IMF. Jamaican government has $140 billion line of credit with the IMF, which can be accessed in case of a cash crunch. And these are the funds that play a role. So we did not go through a catastrophic strike from the hurricane to trigger the cat bond. And based on what we went through, the only thing that they're eligible for is 16.5 or 1.3 million
Mhm.
US dollars.
Mhm.
So if he explained it that way, in that this was not bad enough hurricane to trigger the entire Catman, but we're getting some money. Now the question is whether or not that money that they're getting is going to be enough to help the people of Jamaica in those key parishes of Manchester, St. Elizabeth, St. Thomas, and Clarendon, that were hit pretty hard. Other than that, you know, he can't make any other claims.
All
He
right.
cannot, he cannot make any other claims, and he can't go any further.
Right. Here's the thing. For financial streams, right? Our system. The one with the Caribbean financial scheme. Then you have the IDB, right? Then you have the IMF, right? The line of credit. And then you have the World Bank, the CAT, right? No, they said that they're prepared financially for BERYL. So we know he's getting the 16.5. We know he's gotten the 50,000 from the Chinese. We know he's got the 2.5 from the 2 point something from World Bank. We know he's got the 2.5 from the US. The question then is, and he's saying in his article that the other two might be triggered as well, because some of them they're based on rainfall, right? So he's saying that they might be triggered. The IMF one, that a line of credit, if like I say, in a cash crunch, they can get that now. The World Bank, which is the big one, with them spend the 10 point something million in premiums, they're not getting a dime out of that. So the question then is this: if you come out and you explain this to all of the people, then why? And you tell people, say, "Oh, I'm the first guy to do all of this, and we have all these funds that we can access." Then why is it that you're asking people now for money, asking diaspora and everybody else for money, and you haven't even done a proper survey to figure out how you're going to spend that 16.5 and the 2 point something and the other 2 point something and the 50,000 plus people in the diaspora sending him a whole. I heard that there's a group here that said that their target is $500,000 and they've gotten more than 250,000 already. People, do not forget, please do not forget that there was a telethon during COVID. It has been reported that the telethon netted 400 and some odd thousand US dollars. And that money was sent to Jamaica. The government was provided to the government of Jamaica. And to this day, we have not gotten a single response as to how that money was spent. So why would you take up your hard-earned money now and send it again to the government of Jamaica? Punishment on the love, sir. Send it to the people and give it to a charity. See this money I talk, all kind of fancy talk, and him still can't get on the fact that, he's going to spend 10 point something million US dollars this year for a policy that Jamaica will probably where Richard about a policy
Of course, I'm here.
Talk to me about the probability of this policy. Please talk to me about it.
Okay. Now, if you just want me to give an overview, or you want me to give you a demonstration of what this means?
Feel like though, because you are the expert right here. So do whatever you feel like though. That we can understand. We don't want an explanation that is befitting of the Minister of Finance and the Public Service. We want one that's befitting of the people, that people can understand.
Okay, of course, it's going to involve some mathematics that, a bit of it might not be something that the general person will internalize 100%, but I'm sure that everyone will be able to understand some good portion of it.
Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
Now, if you, I heard you use a word, Mr. Rattigan. Say you win. I heard you use a word, and the word is gamble.
Yes, sir.
No, you might not look at it as a gamble. religious people might not look at it as a gamble, but in terms of the mathematical implications, it is quite similar to gambling. So the mathematical approach to it is exactly like gambling. Now, we're looking at the win-lose situation of the cat band. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put in some clauses inside of it that will benefit the government more. So it is going to be more advantageous to the government that I do the calculation like this. So first of all, over the 4-year period, we would have spent $40 million US dollars. Now, I'm not going to be writing on the 40 million US dollar, but everything that I put up there, you know that it is in millions. So if I put 40, you know that it's 40 million. If I put 150, then you know that it's 150 million. Okay?
All right.
Now, my question is, over the 4-year period, if we spend $40 million and we receive $150 million, it is not that we just get $150 million. It is that we have to spend $40 million in order to get that. Right. So our gain then will be no more than $110 million. Do you agree on that?
Yes, because you have to spend the 40 and you have to subtract that from the 150.
Right. Now, we are just going to spend the $40 million. So, at any rate, the $40 million will be taken away from us. If we don't have any catastrophe over the entire period, we still will not get back that $40 million.
It's gone, so, yeah.
Right, so we have to take it that $40 million gone away. Now, you have been making some observation based on, and you are declaring it to us all about what, the activities, the hurricane activities, and so on. Now, from my research, the chance of a hurricane being category 4 or 5 is actually 20%. So that is your 20 over 100. And of course, that is equal to?
That's 1 in 5, right?
It's not 50, it's 20, 0.2. So it's, yeah, right. Right, so of course it will be 1 over 2 is going to be 0.5. So it's going to be 0.2. Now, we have to also consider that when the storm is category 4 or 5, it does not hit Jamaica directly. So we did not trigger the cat ban on this occasion because the hurricane did not hit us directly. So what is the chance that a hurricane will hit Jamaica directly, especially one that is of that magnitude? So let us forget about the magnitude and we can take a look at the hurricanes that would hit Jamaica directly. Now, from 1940s up, based on reports until today, can anybody remember any hurricane that is said to hit Jamaica directly?
Gilbert.
Gilbert. Mm-hmm. Gilbert. All right, Gilbert. And that was the only one.
I believe so.
Okay. So we are thinking about that. Now, I can, because of hearing people talk, we can consider Hurricane Charlie 1951.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
But
so we're going to put that one inside there also. Now, if we consider that over such a long stretch till 19 till 2019, we can just remember those two. So if we consider that we are going to go from, we are trying to make this as easy as possible for the government, because we are going to reduce the number of years to say 50, right? So we know that it's not 50 years, it's a lot more than that, but let's say it's 50 years. And I'm sure that over the 50 years, I'm only hearing about one hurricane that probably hit Jamaica directly. And I'm saying that let us put it at 5. So let us say 5 hurricanes over that time hit Jamaica. Right? So if that be the case, then we'll have what? Putting it on the other side. Just putting it on the other side. We'll have 1/10. Right? So what we have is that the chance that a hurricane will be category 4 or 5 is 0.2. Now we are making it a lot better for the government of Jamaica by just dividing by 50, because we know it's a lot more than just 50 years. Right? So, and we are even making it even better for them by saying it's 5 of them hit Jamaica directly, when we know that's not the case. It's less than 5. So this value that we are getting from here, which is going to be 1/10, which is 0.1, 0.1 is a greatly inflated value. It's a lot more than it really should be. But let us work with it nonetheless. Right? So let us work with it nonetheless. So this is what you will win, and you will always lose this. Now, what is the chance that a hurricane will be category 5 and hit Jamaica directly? You'll have to multiply the two of them. Because in mathematics, the chance that events will occur at the same time with their different probabilities, you'll have to multiply the probabilities. So we multiply them. And when we multiply these, we're going to get 0.02. And of course, the chance that an event will happen, and if you take that with the chance that the event will not occur, is either it will occur or not occur. Mm-hmm. So because of that, the chance of that happening is what we call an absolute certainty. Why? Because it is going to happen or not happen. And absolute certainty has a probability of 1. So here, we're going to take the probability of the event happening, which is this one, and we're going to take it from 1. So we're going to have 1.00, and we're going to take away 0.02. And when you do that, you get a 9 here, an 8 there, and you get a 0 right there. Right, so those are your two probabilities. On the winning side, the probability that the storm will hit. This is why it does not trigger and might never trigger the cat bond for a long time. It is because the probability is extremely low. There's a very slim chance of it ever happening. Right? And as we go along, we are going to still make the circumstance even better for the government in our calculation. So on this side, we have 0.02. And then on the other side, we'll have this one, 0.98. What do we do? We're going to multiply this by this one. And if we multiply that, what do we get? Somebody can confirm that for me. I'm just doing that in my mind. Then we have here over on this side 4 8's 32, 4 9's 36 plus 3. Do we have that? Any confirmation? All right, well, I'm going to put that on the calculator.
Yeah, those look good. Those look good.
Okay, great. All right, so those are this is your winning possibility, and this is your losing possibility. Now, if we look at the winning possibility and the losing possibility, this is what we'll get. So we're going to say 2.2 minus 39.2, and that is equal to negative 37. Now, do not forget that the 37 represents $37 million. Right? So at the end of the day, when we put the two of them together, the result is negative 37. Now, what does that mean? That means that every time you put up $40 million, $37 million of it will just go away.
Wow.
That is what it means. Now, we have further implications. Now, what we will do, instead of saying all 37 will go away, we will act as if we know it's not possible, but we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt. This will never happen. So what we're going to say is that over the 4-year period, 4 hurricane hits, right? So this could not look better for the government of Jamaica. So we're going to say, let's say 4 hurricane hits. 4 hurricane hits. So we're going to multiply this by 4. If we multiply that by 4, we're going to get 8.8. And of course, you see what is going to happen. This figure will lose less. We'll lose less, but of course, it is still a big loss. So let us look at that. I think that is going to be maybe 30.4. Let me see. 8.8 minus.
Yeah, 30.4.
Right, yes, 30.4. Right, so we are going to say that a hurricane hits every year. So it gets a little bit better, but we'll still lose over the entire period. 30.4. Is it? Yeah, $30.4 million over the 4-year period. So this is what it means. Now we have 2 other implications, and we're going to look at them. So in general, for every, if we continue to use this, if we continue to use this cap bond, it means that on average, every year we'll lose 30 million. Every 4 years we'll lose $30 million. So let us just divide that by 4 to give you so in every year we'll lose what? In every year we'll lose $7.6 million. So of the $10 million, we're losing $7.6 million. So we may as well just throw $7.6 million in the fire, because we're just going to be losing that all the time. So that is what the entire scenario turns out to be. Now, if we want to take a second look at this, we can say, all right, then if so be the case, what amount of money Jamaica needs to spend in order, or we should actually spend? What amount of money should we actually spend in order to access $150 million under this set of circumstances. Right? Because as long as there's a probability of it happening, because we know that it happened during Gilbert, yes? So let us see then, how much money should we pay if we are going to access $150 million? So what it means now is that this figure over here that we are losing, we don't know what that should be. We don't know what it should be, right? But we know that we'll have to take what? The 150 and we minus the x. Right? And of course the probability is the same, 0.02, and the other one is 0.98. And we are going to say, all right then, let us see what, I'm going to make the scenario great also by doing what? By also saying that we are going to get a payback every year. All right. So we are going to multiply that, and of course you will see that you'll have what? You will have an unknown getting into the mix. We can solve the problem. And of course, for the 4. So if we take that, we will have what? 150 minus x. We're going to multiply that by 0.02. And when we get the result, we multiply by 4. So we'll have the 150. If we multiply 150 by 0.02, what will we get? 30 or 3? Right. So this part turns out to be 3 minus 0.2x. And of course, this should be a negative value because this is what we're going to be losing. And then we're going to multiply that, negative 0.98x. So when we put all of that together, we should have, of course, we're going to make it better by multiplying it by 4. So make it better by multiplying by 4, we're going to get 12 minus 0. This is not 0.2, but 0.02. 0.02. So it will be 0.08x. And of course, we're going to put it with this, minus 0.98x. And that will balance everything. Because if we are going to get it fair, then of course it should be balanced. And for it to be balanced, then it would mean that the insurance company does not gain more than us, and we do not gain more than the insurance company. So we'll have on the left-hand side when we are finished, just 12, and we on the other side we'll have the sum of these two. 0.98 plus 0.08 equals, that's not, yeah, is that? Yeah, 0.98 plus 0.8. 0.08 is equal to 1.06. So this turns out to be 1.06x. So x is equal to 1.06. Not that way, the other way around. 12 minus 1.06. 12 divide by 1.06, and that is equal to what? 11. That is what we should really pay for the insurance. But anybody see anything wrong with this? This is what we should really pay for the insurance.
You're saying over a 4-year period. Hold on, Mr. James. You're saying over a 4-year period, we should pay 11 million for $150 million coverage.
I'm happy that you came in on it. Yes, I'm happy that you came in on it, because you should just say that. Because if we say 11.32 million, then it would have to be over a 4-year period.
Right. For $150 million
right.
So 11.32 million.
Right.
No.
So whereas we used to spend $10 million per year, in order to get the per year, you'd have to divide this by 4.
4, right.
Right. So the one per year now will be divided this by 4, which is going to be $2.83 million. That's what we should really pay
per year.
Yes, in order to access $150 million.
But we're paying 10.
Right.
So we have overpaid.
Now, the final calculation that I'm going to be doing is the one that now says that if we spend the $40 million over the 4-year period, how much money should we really get from it?
Oh, coverage.
Yes. So we have established one thing already. One, that every year, because of the whole chance of it happening or not happening, we are throwing away $7.6 million. Then now, we have shown that if we want to access 150 million US, then under the same conditions that we have with the 20% chance of there is going to be a 4 or 5 or even more category hurricane, under the same condition, we should only be paying $2.8 million to access that 150 million under that same set of conditions.
Mr. James.
Yes.
So Mr. James.
Yes.
So basically,
yes.
And you have hit the point that I was stating earlier, that somebody is benefiting from the laggas of cash that we are being given every year.
Right.
So
I'm sure of that.
So this is a bank heist, a massive bank heist that has been that has affected us, the taxpayers of this country.
For sure.
Let me add one little piece to this. Let me add one, because while you're doing that, I'm doing a little research too. From 1963 to present, Jamaica has experienced 21 hurricanes.
Yes.
21. That comes out to 1 every 3 years, almost 1 every 3 years.
Right.
And in that time period, we've only had one, Gilbert, in 1988. And Gilbert came as a category 3 and left Jamaica as a 4. Now, the Minister of Finance and the Public Service says that the bond that he signed, the agreement he signed off on the bond, it would have to be a category 4 or 5. And it would have to be a name storm, and it would have to have certain pressure within it. Because even if you have a hurricane that hits Jamaica, if it doesn't have that pressure, you have a low pressure threshold. And if it don't reach that pressure, Jamaica could be devastated. You're not getting any money.
You're not getting it. So, right. So we are looking at that. And of course, you need to consider what the probability means. All right? What does the probability mean? The probability that it turns out to be 0.02. That's what the probability is. 0.02. You know what that means? That means if you put that 1 over that, Yes, if you put that, you divide that by 1. We used to do this in primary school by doing this. And then put 2 zeros there. So 50. What it means is that Jamaica will have to be paying 10 million US dollars for 50 years to be able to access the cat band one time. That is according to the mathematical calculation for the probability that we have there.
Somebody was asking in the chat, where's the paperwork? How do we know that? They can just Google it. And what you'll find a narrative that says, as of May 2024, Jamaica will pay 10.5 million annually for its catastrophe bond, which is a 1% increase in interest costs and a 0.2% increase in total expenditures. And it will provide 150 million in insurance coverage for named storms, right?
Yes.
For 4 hurricane seasons from 2024 to 2027.
Yes.
So there it is, 10.5 million for $150 million worth of coverage.
So what it means that even though I have dressed this up in favor of the government by claiming that we are going to have 5 storms hitting Jamaica directly over the period of time, we know that according to the whole history and what we call in statistics, the descriptive statistic part of it. We know that that's not true so far. We do not have 5 storms of that category hitting Jamaica directly. We don't have that.
Mr. James, we've had one since 1963, and that happened in 1988. Now, let me add something else to it. Remember now, Gilbert was a category 3 when Gilbert made landfall, and Gilbert left Jamaica as a category 4. How much damage in terms of dollars did Gilbert cost Jamaica? 700 million US dollars. A category 3 that turned into a 4 cost 700 million. So can you imagine what a category 4 or category 5 will cost? Right? 700 million. That's the amount of damage that Gilbert did to Jamaica. Right? So even if you have this policy and you only get 150, what can, and no, that was a category 3. So and the minister said it must be a category 4 or 5. A category 4, I submit to you, fellow panelists, at a category 4 and supporters. A category 4 is going to cost somewhere in the vicinity of close to $1 billion US dollars. But you only have insurance for 150 million. By the way, a category 4 hit Jamaica, nobody now go there to collect the money. When that passed through, nobody there to collect the money. Everybody gone. A category 4 or 5, and you only get 150. What is that going to do? You're better off taking the money and do something else with that money.
I heard somebody saying this, but I will not tell you who I heard saying it. But what I will do, I will tell you what I was trying to see if I can interpret really what he's saying. Because when you hear somebody speak, you have to do, if you can only hear the sound that goes into your ear, it is better that you are deaf, because there are greater things to hear. Yes, if you can only hear the words, it's better you are deaf, because you have greater things than to hear. Somebody came on national TV and said, the storm is not what I was expecting. I know what it really meant. It is not what I was wishing. All right, so I will just demonstrate now the amount of money that you should really be able to access if it were fair and you were putting in 40 million US each year. So let's go again. So now here is your win. Here's your lose. You're putting in 40 million every year.
No. 10 million each year, 40 million over the
Yeah, 40 million over the period.
4-year period.
Yeah. Yes. Right. And you're attempting to access each year 150. Now, we are going to say that we don't know because we want to see X. I'm going to use Y on this occasion. Y minus 40. So whatever it is that number minus 40. Of course, we have our same values there. Negative 0.98. Right there. And of course, when we are through, we're going to multiply that by 4. So I'm going to do it in 1. So I'm going to put the 4 year, the Y minus 40, and the 0.02. We have the same value here. When we are through, then this will be 0.08y. We're going to multiply this by the y by this, and then this now minus, is it going to be 3.2? Let's see what it's going to be. 4 times 40 times 0.02. 3.2.
3.2?
Yes. So what are we going to do now? We're going to bring it. So we're going to put all of this together. So the actual thing is going to be 0.08 is equal to 0.08 is equal to 39.2 plus 30 plus 3.2. 39.2 plus 3.2, 42.4.
4.
And you know that 8 into 40 is 5 times. So my best guess is that we may be looking for over 500 million.
Whoa.
So y is equal to 42.4 divided by 0.08. 530 million. So with the amount, if it is fair on both sides, then the amount of money that we should be able to access, paying 10 million US each year, is 530 million US. That is what we should be able to, which is of course $500 million US. So we should be able to access this. If we're going to access just 150 million, this is what we should really pay each year. And in the original sense, what we have going now, of course, it is even worse than that because it's not actually 10 flat, but 10.5 million. So it is going to be worse than this. So we are at the present moment, we are just throwing away $7.6 million US every year.
Wow. And see, Mr. James, what people need to understand is this. Because some people are saying, oh, I never planned for, somebody put in the chat that they've never planned for be like disabled or whatever, but things happen. But here is what they should understand. They should understand that a category 4 or 5 hurricane, a direct hit on Jamaica, and if all the requirements are met, we are only going to get 150 million. the damage is going to be $1 billion.
Right.
The damage is going to be $1 billion.
Yes, and do not forget that you are up in the category based on the fact that Gilbert hit at category 3 and then straight into category 4 before leaving Jamaica. So you are basing it on that also, but you should also base it on the fact that it's an economic fact that the value of money decreases with time.
Right.
So you can also look at it from that. So if you are looking at in that perspective, you should not be just thinking that, well, you know that the category is going to increase the figure. You have to also remember that Gilbert is not 10 years ago.
Right.
So that is something that you need to give some consideration to in your calculation.
Here's another factor that we should not discount or should not forget. Should Jamaica get hit with a hurricane, Gilbert's strength are stronger.
Yes.
The UN will be there. The US will be there. Canada will be there. The UK will be there. Australia will be there. Germany will be there. They are going to come to Jamaica's aid and rebuild. Plus, don't forget that Jamaica has access to a line of credit. So the question then is, why would you throw this money out there then and you're not getting a bang for your buck? Because if nothing happens, that money is gone. And it's very likely that nothing is going to happen because of the way the agreement is structured. Because if you are told anybody, if you are, let me just use my family, because my family, you know, a lot of them didn't go to school, right? They're just everyday ordinary people. And if you had said to them, you know, Jamaica have $150 million coverage on a cat bond in case of natural disaster, they would immediately think that BERYL would be covered. But then you to them and say, no, BERYL not covered because it has to be a name storm, which BERYL was.
Yes.
It has to pass through one of the grids, one of the 19 grids, which the eye of BERYL didn't pass through. And then it have a certain pressure.
Right.
Nothing to collect. And then would have say, oh, what kind of idiot thing this? But we look up our parish mash up, and we get nothing out of it. And we are paid $10 million in a premium this year.
Right.
If you understand that, I would take that money and, you know, I would take that money and I would invest it in storm shelters, hurricane shelters, not school as shelters. Build real shelters, stockpile for the shelters. And there are ways you can do it.
Yes.
And they're not. No, I saw a shelter today.
School.
Right? Yeah, school. You have it. You don't have it. You have it.
If you rebuild the school to shelter standards, then you can use the school as shelters.
Right. But when you have a school and you have decorative bricks or blocks, right? So, because you don't have windows, so you have breach so that air can pass through, right? And then you call it a shelter, you're fooling yourself, because they said that most of the deaths and the injuries caused by a hurricane caused by debris. And because of the wind. And those decorative blocks, they're gone in a category 4 storm. They're gone. And yeah, people sit down inside of the classroom. Them gone too. So that is what they should use the money and use the money and build proper, standardized hurricane shelters. Not as I think OT said, bus shelter. Not bus shelter, but hurricane shelters. That's what you should use the money and do. Because if a hurricane hit Jamaica with that magnitude, $150 million cannot do anything. It can't rebuild one parish.
Yeah, and that is one good take to the entire thing. The other one is the one that you mentioned some week ago, that if you are going to go into a negotiation like this, then you'll have to have experts. Oh, by the way, Nigel Clarke, the most honorable Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Nigel Clarke, is probably the most qualified and capable Minister of Finance that we have ever had since independence.
Mm-hmm. And so I'm getting another deal here.
That's it. Because of what? Because it's the entire game of politics. It's politics. Because if you check it out really, you will discover that as a matter of fact. Because some people will just hear me speak on this program and say Nigel Clarke is probably, and they don't investigate it. Investigate it for yourself. This calculation that I am doing, the time that I would take to do 3 of them, Nigel Clarke would probably be able to do just the time that I take to do what? 1 of them, Nigel Clarke would probably do all 3 of them already. So Nigel Clarke is not so like how people view him because of the decisions that he made. Right? It is not how we view him because of the decision. He's actually a very capable, brilliant, qualified person.
So what happened? You went to school with him, am I correct? Or
no, Nigel Clarke was a little bit ahead of me, but Nigel Clarke's sister was the person who I was in the physics class with at the University of the West Indies.
So what happened? What happened, Brethren? What happened here with him?
You see, there are quite a few things that I've been following numerically. For example, I heard a man with a PhD, just give an example. I heard a man with a PhD on national radio one day, and he said this, because he came out with this PhD, and he was justifying the move by the Jamaica Labour Party in the campaign that when they take over, that they are going to remove the PAYE, yes, pay as you earn, which is your regular income tax. And they will be able to balance the budget without implementing any other tax. And that man with a PhD came on national radio to justify that. Now, Nigel Clarke, when he became the Minister of Finance, the first move that he, as a matter of fact, he should have never taken that job until the government agreed to walk back on the decision of the PAYE. Because as smart as Nigel Clarke is, although he's not using his mental prowess to benefit the Jamaican people at the moment, as smart as he is, he will never be able to balance Jamaica's economy and bring it back to any, respectable order if he does not go back to direct taxing. I can guarantee that, no matter how smart he is. Because if you're going to use indirect taxes, for example, especially for what we consume, it's not going to work. It's not going to work because every day a Jamaican will say, hey, so no want such and such. You see, don't mess up with this. No, I may have a virgin have it for this, And then go down there and then exchange money. No one pays tax for that. And that is how we do business in this country for the most part.
Yep. Informal.
So, yes, Jamaica will never be able to improve on consumption tax and those things alone. We have to have a direct tax where you say, listen, the people are happy to pay this. Because Jamaicans are people who 95% of us make an effort to elude the system in what we do.
Including those that are leading it.
Especially those who are leading it. Especially those. So, for the whole thing, I don't think, I don't even know if I want to call it a disappointment. I don't know if I want to call it a disappointment because, from an early age, we start to look into politics and know that it's really a horrible game.
So, Mr. James, because we have Dr. Ben is here. I just saw him a while ago. Just go over, just explain the 3 charts, the 3 calculations you just did, and talk to us in everyday language so that my people in St. Elizabeth can understand. My people in St. Elizabeth, they're not dumb, but the highfalutin language where Minister Clarke are going to use, they just won't understand, right? Just explain to the ordinary, hardworking, dedicated Jamaican who would like to know what this cat bond is and why are we paying 10 million and is it beneficial to us and when can we get a payout or whatever. Just talk to us in terms of the 3 calculations you did. What do they mean to the what should they mean to the ordinary Jamaican?
Okay, all right. For the cat bond, no, we have to put everything in context. Now, you know that a category 5, 4 or 5 storm does not hit Jamaica very often, right? Therefore, the catastrophe bond, the cat bond, we will not be able to access it very often. Because we cannot access it very often, it is like we are throwing away money. Now, when we do the calculation, we say that we are throwing away 7.6 million US dollar every year just because of that bond. So the reason being is that, for example, they say that they want to give you a prize, and you go to the game to play and to get the prize. When your ticket call and you think they're going to get $15 million, them say, you have a car already, you say yes, you can't get it. You have a house already, you can't get it. No man, you can't get it, man. For your ticket, you have to go tear up your ticket and call somebody else's ticket. Because you have a house already and you have a car already. Make somebody who need the money collect it. No, it's something like that. So the cat bond comes with conditions, right? The conditions might not be easily understood, but what it means is that the storm have to go directly and hit Jamaica. So that's the first one. It must hit Jamaica directly, and the next one is that it has to be a very wicked storm for us to collect the money. So that's what it means. Now, the level of wickedness for this storm, what they're talking about, that does not happen very often. So there's a great chance that we're not going to get the money very often for that. What really makes it even more difficult for us to collect the money is that the storm have to hit Jamaica directly. So you have to be wicked, you have to be very wicked, and you have to hit Jamaica directly, else we're not going to get the money. Now, what do we mean by wicked? Consider Hurricane BERYL. You see how it mash up down so? They said that they wanted no wicked enough. We want a wickeder storm than that. But go in the middle of Jamaica for you to collect that money. But we look at the storms over the years and realize that there's a great chance that that might not happen, or might just happen once every 50 to 100 years for that to happen. Therefore, we're not going to collect money every year you have a storm. It's going to be, there's a great chance that we might never collect any money from that. So for the first one, the first calculation that we've done, it shows that we're just throwing away 7.6 million every year. The second one now, suppose we spend, the second one, suppose we want $150 million every time this storm devastates Jamaica. How much should we really pay for the insurance every year? Right? How much should we pay for the insurance every year if we want to get $150 million from it? So that's the next calculation. So the calculation tells us that if we want to get $150 million when a storm hit Jamaica, the one that they describe, we should only be paying $2.83 million instead of $10 million.
But Mr. James.
Yes?
Okay. Now, since the inception of CCRIF, right, in 2007, they have made 65 payouts to 17 governments within 14 days of disasters. And that grand total is $274 million US, right? And they said the rapid payouts help finance initial disaster response and maintain essential government functions. And it has benefited over 3.5 million people. So let me ask you this: how is that impacting the conclusions that you're drawing now, that the rapid payouts of $274 million US to 17 different member governments within 2 weeks of the disaster. So if we're calculating now, we're still within what, the first week of the disaster, are we, or is it 2 weeks yet?
I think it's more than 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's more than 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's 2+. Yeah.
2+.
It's
All right.
really.
So what they're saying is been effective for 3.5 million people. That's more than Jamaica's population. And
yes, that's more than Jamaica's population.
And they've gotten $274 million US.
Yeah, but here's the difference. Here's the difference, Herb. The difference is that for the Caribbean financing, the conditions for that financing stream is far less than it is for the cat bond issued by the or issued through the World Bank, because the World Bank, the one, and the minister said it. He said for that one to be triggered, you must have a name storm. It must be a 4 or 5, and you must have a certain pressure. The one for the Caribbean is different. It says, it's a lower threshold. Plus, it says they have one for rainfall. If you get a lot of rainfall, then it triggers certain things. But the one for the World Bank, that one it's gonna be difficult for Jamaica to get any money off that. And if Jamaica should get money off of that, the country are gonna mash up, because they're asking for.
Yes.
The other one
is not worth it.
Yeah, in fact, the other one, the Caribbean one, I think if you have a tropical depression or a tropical storm, you still get some money. But the cat bond, it says it has to be, and again, I refer to it, the minister said it himself, said it must be a 4 or a 5. People are open to understand what, BERYL never come across Jamaica as an outer BERYL was 45 miles away from Jamaica. Could you imagine? And the size of BERYL was far bigger than Jamaica. Could you imagine if the higher BERYL pass over Jamaica? What would happen? The higher BERYL pass over Jamaica. Yes. What would happen? $150 million couldn't do a damn thing.
Well, let's take into consideration the name of the kind of coverage that we have. It's a catastrophe bond.
Correct.
Not a disaster bond. And in the grand scheme of things, when you look at a disaster, oh my goodness, versus a catastrophe, it gone.
Yes, that's exactly how it is.
So you have to put into perspective. We didn't have a catastrophe. Yes. We have a disaster. We had a disaster. We did not have a catastrophe.
Right.
You know what?
As I said also, that this is the fourth of the group of alternatives we have for financing, and I don't think that they would have sold Jamaica anything resembling $250,000 for 10 million, because the storms are so horrific. The power of these storms is just too high. It's up there, and so we're gambling, right, as Mr. James said. We're gambling on that the size of the storm and the intensity of the storms will be reduced, and we're hoping that they're reduced at this rate. So
Herb, let me throw something at you, Herb. In 20, and this is just a little bit of history for those of you who are unaware about bonds. The first time Jamaica got a cat bond was in 2021. And when Jamaica got that cat bond in 2021, the German government, the US government, and the UK government, they paid the premiums for Jamaica. And the agreement was, we will, by the way, Jamaica went and asked for it. They didn't come and said, listen, you need a catastrophe bond. Jamaica went and said, we need a catastrophe bond. And Jamaica said, we want to pay for it. They said, fine, we will pay for it. But guess what happened? every renewal, you know, go and pick up the premiums. So from 2021 to 2020, it ended 2023, December 2023. Jamaica renewed it in April of this year. Jamaica is now responsible for paying that thing. Now, here's what happened that's kind of puzzling to me. When it was first introduced and Jamaica first signed on to it in 2021, the country of Jamaica was use a lack of a better term, insured, because they said the cat bond is not insurance, but it acts like insurance. It was insured for $185 million. When Jamaica renewed it for 150.
I remember that.
Said the cat, it didn't think it that important. Why they never leave it at 150 or increase it? Why decrease it then? Why decrease it? In 2021, Jamaica was insured for 185 million. And in April of this year, when Jamaica renewed it and now Jamaica paid the premiums, Jamaica insured, the government of Jamaica insured the country of Jamaica for 150. What happened to the 35 million? If they had thought that, hey, you know what? We probably will get hit with a big storm, you know. Why decrease it? Why not keep it at 185 or make it even higher? The other thing too is that because the way it works is the World Bank is actually like the middleman in it. You have 15 investors now, institutions and individuals. We don't know who they are. I don't know who they are. But they pay the money to the World Bank, and the World Bank collect the premiums from Jamaica, and that money goes to the investors. But the investors' money is up there already with the World Bank, so that if there's a catastrophe, then the money they start paying out the money right away. So the question is, well, why the hell would you, when they went in to negotiate it, I think the first time, the investors brought in actuaries, they brought in statisticians, they brought in risk management people. Who did Jamaica take with Minister Nigel Clarke to the table to negotiate? Because they negotiated this. This is a standard thing, you know. This is something where you sit down and you negotiate with people. So how the hell could you negotiate that I will get $150 million if my country is completely destroyed? How could you negotiate that?
Rattigan.
Yes, Bobby.
You know it's right in front of you, and I'm amazed that you don't see it. You have an automobile, very expensive automobile. And the first time you purchase it, part of the purchase agreement means that somebody takes care of the insurance. So you insure it comprehensively. When you now have to renew the insurance, and you have to renew the insurance in your mind, you insure it third party. Technically, that's...
Yes, I get it now.
Yeah, but here is, Bobby, sorry to interrupt you, but here's what I would have rather see. I would have rather them go to the Caribbean financing stream and say, listen, we want to insure Jamaica for more money, right? And so we're willing to put a little bit more, because I'm sure it probably wouldn't cost them. I'm sure it wouldn't cost them this much money. I'm sure. Unless they went on the Caribbean financing stream and said, we can't insure you for that kind of money.
No, what would happen is that the Caribbean, the Leeward Islands, would put in an argument that says they get hit harder every year than we ever get hit in 10 years. So what we are doing so much money? You see what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
And if you remember, sometimes I hear things that other people don't seem to hear. You remember the Prime Minister, when this thing was coming down the pipe, declared the entire island as a disaster era before the first breeze blow?
True.
That was priming the pump for any potential claim he intended to make. The question that must be asked is, if you do get something from this, through which channel does it arrive and where is it dispersed?
Well, we know how that go already.
I'm not going to spell it out. I'm just pointing out certain things. Think of the last three crises that hit us and the monies that came to us. Not just talking storms. Have you been satisfied with the accountability of the disbursement of the grants?
No.
So somebody once said a crisis is a hell of a thing to waste.
You have to make money.
Yeah.
You have to capitalize on the crisis, of course.
Yes. And if you prepare people's minds to accept the possibility of being declared a disaster area, they don't really try to war with you about where you're spending money.
True.
Has anybody looked at the St. Thomas Highway recently?
The carpet.
We put some videos last week. We showed some videos of it.
Do you realize there's a place out there called Grandspend? The highway created a disaster area down there. Who insured them people? Who were telling you months before the first drop of rainfall that the gullyway that is running through them was going to be a disaster. Nobody going to say nothing to them. We're too busy opening highways that hadn't been finished. The other thing is, have you seen the parts of the highway that rip up?
Yeah.
Do you remember when the Prime Minister was opening it? He made this grand speech of all the infrastructure that was supposed to be under it.
Yes.
It's like somebody go to a cemetery and when you dig up every grave, there's nobody in there. It's difficult for you to explain the cost of the funeral. So where's all these cables and things that's supposed to be built in?
Yeah.
Nobody anticipated that this was where it come, when it come, and what it was going to do. And nobody has called out and said, so what happened to all these things that you said was under there? And who will pay from auntie house that is in the bottom of the gully now?
Bobby, look, you're posing pertinent questions. You know what I mean? And it's and when we look back, and we're not talking ancient history, we're talking just a couple of years. You know, things that people said, and in describing things and things that people said that they were going to do, and then you look at this right now, and you have to say, and the thing is, people need to ask these questions because, like I said, I've spoken to people in Jamaica who did not know that Jamaica was paying 10.5 million a year for a cat bond. They didn't know this.
But I don't hear you ask a question yet. Where the money come from?
Well, I think it come from the consolidated fund, right?
So explain something to me though. What is the cost of a hospital bed and what is that thing the other day came down with COVID? Them said them couldn't find any the other day.
Ventilator.
The left-handed gentleman who is so very good with figures will tell you whether or not what I'm saying is crap. Liars figure, but figures don't lie.
All right.
I remember asking an accountant one day, how much is 1 and 1? And he glibly smiled at me and said, how much do you wish it to be? So now, I am not a mathematician. I am just a simple poor army officer. And I'm asking, if you cost out what it would cost to put a machine that I just forgot the name of, the ventilator, in every medical facility in Jamaica, if you put 2, what would be the cost? And whilst you're putting them in there, simultaneously put in 10 hospital beds. And I bet you it don't come anywhere near what we're paying premium, so what we're not getting.
True. All right.
If you are looking for a disaster, do not look far past our medical facilities.
Jeez.
I was like running, I think, what type Jamaican song? You're going to run to the rock for rescue. There will be no rock. You have people running to hospitals for assistance. And it's like they're running to a wall. Certain things are very, very obvious, but nobody wants to see them. If your family member dies in the KPH, be prepared to put together the transportation fee to go to Spanish Town for their body. And no one has said that the facility almost on the same compound as the KPH is not good enough. One has said that until recently, with the change of administration down the KCC, that where you're selling food to go into your body and your children's body is being done right beside, if not in, sewage water. How much that costs to fix?
Mm-hmm.
Or is that not important? But we are very caught up with the very, I dare not say, the very important matter of people's birthright. I want to try. You want a test case?
Yeah, give me the test case.
I born in 1953, July 26. Only thing coming up there is on my birthday.
It says 1963.
53.
Not teasing me about it.
I have gotten there. They go a bank and them tell me must move or else because them don't know why I'm standing in the senior line. But my thing is, I was born a British subject. I have a copy of my British passport in my safe. It was not cancelled. It expired. I would like to apply for its renewal.
No, you won't be able to get it renewed.
Why?
Because the law says that and it's in the Constitution, I believe. They said that on August 6th, 1962, if you were born in Jamaica, but you were a British subject, on the day of the Constitution, you're no longer considered that. You're considered a Jamaican citizen. No. And you're not entitled to have it. I'll look it up. Go ahead.
But it's not an American citizenship I'm looking. The same Constitution said that I am entitled to certain things under the Commonwealth. I can have dual nationality. I born a citizen of the United Kingdom. Circumstances overcame and them say, okay, I need a Jamaican passport now too. But it didn't say I was no longer entitled to a British passport. I was born under that. Interesting, no?
Right.
Yes, it is.
Quite so.
So we have a number of people that are in the same boat as me, born before independence, and get a British passport under whatever circumstances. In my case, I was not old enough to make my decision that would I have the passport? But we're fighting each other over something. People in law, them say you have the mens rea and the actus reus.
Mm-hmm.
Mens rea, state of mind. Actus reus, putting it into action. When you combine both, you have a crime. Now, people who are born within the Commonwealth and have rights of citizenship both places, here and there, shouldn't be persecuted for it.
Well, I tell you what, you have to tune in next week because we're going to do that, but we won't get to it this week. That we're doing something called citizenship and representation. We've been planning to do it now for several weeks, but we haven't gotten to it yet. I'm going to go through the Constitution and the various laws.
I hope you look at it this way too. Why, when you were born here, people want to tell you that you no longer have the right to speak? What the court to tell you? You have no standing. What they say? That
your mouth shut. You have no standing.
Yeah, your claim of citizenship need Viagra. I don't understand this. To some people, that is important. The fact that hospitals are not in a position to properly tend to our people, they have no problem. The fact that we have taken a budget for a hospital in the West and tripled it with absolutely no reasonable explanation. How that work? If you're in the United States, the federal government climb aboard you long time, want to know how that go.
Right.
But that's not important to us down here. We have people currently serving in the government who, until this thing came up the other day, were safely ensconced in their dual citizenship, and not just from the British side of it, but from the United States side of it. Where somebody said, you not talk, me not talk.
And Canada.
And Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And the Constitution, when it was written, when it came to the Commonwealth parts of it, was very clear, was crystal clear on it, had no ambiguity. So how are we going to supposedly change our Constitution when you don't know how the one you're trying to change works?
Which is why we've been meaning to go through this whole constitution thing. That has been the talk. People don't understand the current constitution, let alone to be changing it to something else.
But yeah, the person who overseen it, to the best of my knowledge, is like somebody saying, you can drive? Yeah. You can drive standard? No. Or you can steer, or you can't drive.
Right.
So if you don't fully understand what makes the vehicle work, if you have to sink a clutch and the rest of that, you're merely steering, which could explain our traffic fatality rate.
Mm-hmm.
And those people have a hold of what they're going to do with our Constitution. And they don't know how. I wonder if they understand the purpose of the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
The same reason they did not, they curtail teaching civics in school, is the same reason them trying to ramp with you now. Somebody once said they may give government ministers job descriptions. That's actually any good civics textbook can tell you what each minister is supposed to do.
or Bobby, you can refer to the job description that the government paid over $1 billion for ministers and also MPs. So you could refer to that as well. Let me just say that.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I have a copy. Yeah.
And it works.
I'm sorry, didn't hear you.
And it's worth that?
No, hell no. This is something that you could pull off of the internet for free.
Matter of fact, I keep seeing these things from the AI, what them call it, artificial intelligence.
Yes.
Write me a resume, please.
Yeah, man.
And you get 10 resume. So I don't know, I'm not saying it is so, but the manufacturers of this document could have simply just said that and said, wait a month, so it don't look too bad. And send it to somebody with the invoice attached.
Right. Let me just make a quick announcement, Bobby. Ben was on a while ago and he just sent me a message. He said that his internet landline is down and his cell phone has internet, but it is very, very, very weak. So it's not.
So he's in Jamaica. Take it.
Yes.
Welcome.
He won't be on today, so he sends his apology, and it's also raining where he is. Don't know what parish he's in, but it's raining, so he said he's facing a technological challenge, so he won't be on. So those of you who tuned in here, Dr. Ben, speak about gut issues. We'll have to put that up to today.
May I throw one more cat amongst the pigeons?
Sure.
I'm certain, especially Herb will be interested in this. You see the internet meltdown the other day?
Yesterday.
Think about having a cashless society amid the same time.
Yes.
It's like boasting about your what's the name of the brand of the electric car? Them?
Tesla.
It's like you're a Tesla and a girl going to give you a little run because you have a Tesla. And you can't pick her up because you can't charge it.
All right.
We got to hybrid cars.
Yeah, as I'm saying. No, I am all about, advancement of technology and all of that. But I still remember how to write in case I can't find something to type it on. And you want to remove everything into technological stratosphere. And you put in stuff like your currency and your identification needs, all of that, in something that somebody can hack and make you literally disappear.
Yeah. I see where Dr. Francis wanted to say something about preparedness for disasters. But I don't see Dr. Francis. I'll send you the link. You can jump on and say join the conversation.
Bobby, there was a video that I saw that Will had lined up for today that I really would like to get your take on it. If we actually get to talking about that, Will, I don't know.
Where is it? Put it up.
It is. All right. It is. I don't know how many people in Jamaica had seen this incident with this police officer in Maypen.
Oh, then you have to find what the minister said also. You look for that and I'll the minister said. I'll find the minister.
See here.
Where?
It's supposed to be this one, if it will play. Let me see if it will play. If not, I'm going to have to put it up again. Because it looked like this thing doing its little chicanery. Oh, it looked like I may have to put it up again, Will.
All right. While you put it up, let me find the thing from that. I think you're gonna find this.
You know, you gentlemen missed a show the other day. In the midst of all of this meltdown, Instagram became a porn site.
Oh, really?
Instagram became a
Yeah,
porn.
a friend of mine told me about it.
It's like, boss?
Yes, sir. A friend of mine told me about it yesterday.
It's like the entire firewalls fell.
Man said Instagram turned into an OnlyFans account. Free.
Yeah.
And the irony, my friend is a cyber expert too, so that is the thing.
No, I totally missed that one. Oh, you're looking for the Honorable Minister Chang Rebel?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be there.
Is there any update from the minister about the 200 guns a month that were coming in?
It's gone up to 250 on.
Okay. And has anybody forgotten about the pipe bombs?
No, sir. That question lingers around the question of the fertilizer.
Right.
Because you know what took down Oklahoma?
That's it.
Fertilizer.
Yep. Kevin, I don't see the ones with Minister Chang.
It's all right. I'll find it again for you. Let me borrow it. Here's what let me borrow this for a second.
I can put this up for Bobby as well.
Oh yes, yes. Go ahead and ask that one. That
let me put this for you, right? And then we can talk about it. And I think we have Prezi, law enforcement, former law enforcement. Herb, same thing. Dervin, well, yeah, he's affiliated. We have worked for law enforcement. Take a look at this, gentlemen. Take a look at this. And look at the date. Bobby, I don't know if you can see it.
Trying to been investigating cold cases.
Yeah, it was May 16th, and the minister said police could begin investigating.
So what were they doing before?
Exactly.
Or them want to, with the power problem now, them want to investigate them before the fridge broke down and them can't keep them anymore.
Yep. But keep in mind, this is the same JCF that more than half of the crimes committed, I would say every year, more than half is unsolved. And I can't find it, Kevin, the one where you sent me the thing on Minister Chang. That would be an interesting one. Because I think Herb was on the line when he said it.
It's all right. I'll find it back for you because that was it was something he said back in 21, I believe. I'll find back that article for you. I want to find that video also.
Whilst they're looking, Herb, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
The gentleman, I don't use the term. The young man that was on the roof the other day who took aim at Mr. Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody ascertained whether it is metal sights or scope use?
See, we haven't gotten any reports at all, and that's what I was waiting on before I said anything, because I don't know how you can be directly across from the president and he is turned at a 45-degree angle
Mm-hmm.
and you accurately hit him in the right ear and
Mm-hmm.
tear up his ear.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not it's an AK-47.
It's an AK.
AK-47. That bullet travels straight. It's a 7.62 round that he utilizes, going straight at a very high rate of speed, would have torn right through that ear and took a piece with it.
That took the whole of the ear. But I'm asking you this:
Yeah,
why are they putting it down as an AR-15?
That's it.
That is the part that is troubling. They're putting all these different reports out there, and why they're doing it, I have no idea. To
Have
me,
you
this thing, it's a mess. There's just so much going on that you can't really understand what it is that these people are saying.
have you seen the video with the person on the water tower ducking in and out at the top?
No, I haven't seen that one. Was that supposed to be the young man or who?
Somebody else.
Somebody else. Well, this
Yes.
is what they were saying. Somebody else took a shot from the opposite side and missed. The
Yes.
young man was just fodder. He was just there
Yes.
as cover.
Well, I have I have a little bit of training and a little bit of experience, only 43 years. But explain to me, if the young man was on his side, turned and aimed his weapon at the officer purportedly coming over the edge of the roof,
Yeah,
threatening enough that the man drop off,
yeah,
instantaneously swivel back to his stomach and immediately start beating rounds on the target. That's one hell of a shooter.
yeah. You know that it would take without aiming,
Yes.
without aiming,
Yes.
without with his breath probably in some kind
X-ray mode.
of upheaval because he cannot contain his breathing enough to get the proper targeting.
The adrenaline at reacting to the policeman would throw him off alone.
Yes, that can you imagine his pucker factor? I mean, he must have been a downright panic at that stage.
There you go. The other thing is, and I've been containing this to myself now. How is it you put a 5'5" woman to present a barricade to a 6'4" man?
um, Will, chime in. You need to chime in this part.
That's a good one. She must be some hell of a karate expert.
That she should have chopped the bullet out of the ear. And she doesn't. She's a left-hander,
Yeah,
and she can't find her holster.
I mean, I listen to the excuses, Bobby, and I just find them frivolous. I
I
I
have had, I have had the honor, the distinct honor of being part of a bodyguard team for three different prime ministers and Louis Farrakhan. There is no room, any room unoccupied, not covered, unoccupied when you have a person that is at threat level like that.
yeah,
That's amazing. And then the team lift him up again so he could give the PNP salute.
It's crazy.
It's not as though they figure out that nobody is there. There are there's 3 places where I could have taken him out after the first couple of shots because they it's like a pop-up target.
Yep.
The most unfortunate joke I've heard about it, although it's not funny, is that he could have been safer at Disneyland because somebody would have said, Donald, duck.
Oh Lord.
That's even fun.
In all this business of diversity and people having to have this job, I don't know how many people around Donald Trump who was as tall as
None. And there was a time once when you tailor-made Secret Service personnel to the person they were protecting.
Yep.
If him like to jog, you better can run.
Yep.
If he's at X height, you better be taller than and broader than.
Right.
I'm still flabbergasted. This is the great United States of America's Secret Service. They have become can you imagine Putin laughing his head off?
I don't even imagine. This would never happen with the KGB.
You want Putin's detail?
They don't worry about diversity and that detail. They just pick the right people.
Exactly. The other thing now is, has everybody checked to see the fireman who got hit? Where did he get hit from?
Well, this is why I said this is why you needed the investigation. You don't know any of the facts of how he got killed. Where was he sitting behind Trump related to Trump? Right? And the other person who got hit, where were they sitting?
Exactly. I saw a video with a Secret Service agent clearing the area behind Trump. Did you see that?
Now repeat that again.
There was a Secret Service agent approximately 30 to 40 seconds before the shots were fired, clearing photographers and reporters from behind Trump.
Interesting. Well, I don't know what type of investigation they're gonna have now, right? And I'm certain they must be gathering the forensics on the fireman as well as the other person or the other persons who were shot, right?
The problem is, if it's an AK-47, ain't going to be much left.
Right. But you get what you have is different troubling reports because if they go from AK to MC to what the Bushmaster or the MC.
Those are the AR-15 type rifle.
AR-15, yeah.
Let me jump in there and kind of switch the conversation because we only have a few minutes left. Rand, what was it? Larkland said at least the U.S. Secret Service willing to admit they made mistakes. The JSF would never admit such. No, Herb, do you remember this story here on the screen here? Chang under fire from diaspora members.
Yeah.
All right. So it's 2021, and let's just go and look at what he said. Right. They describe his comments as offensive, disrespectful, and shocking. And here it is. It is in one of his responses to the members of the diaspora. Chang said he did not see how the diaspora could help. Quote, Jamaica has some of the best crime fighting expertise in the world. And I cannot see any possible avenue to engage the diaspora expertise to help fight crime in Jamaica. And he said that some of the people leading the fight against crime in Jamaica hold multiple degrees, representing the best and the brightest. There was one called Dr. Williams, whose claim to fame was a program called Let's Get the Guns, as if police weren't paid to get the guns off the street.
Right.
So, look up, he said the diaspora could help best with donations rather than expertise.
Or giving a speech.
I've given a speech. He did say that, yeah. It says it sparked outrage among some leaders, saying that the government only wanted to get funding from the diaspora, but do not want to use its expertise. And then there's a statement from Dr. Rupert Francis, saying that he believed that the experience and expertise that the diaspora possess would pave the way positively for our country. And then it goes on and on and on. We'll come back to this some other time. But there's a reason why I put this up. And let's go back to what he said right here. Jamaica has some of the best crime fighting expertise in the world, not even in the region, you know. And I cannot see any possible avenue to engage the diaspora expertise to help fight crime in Jamaica. All right, now let's see what some of these crime fighting experts are doing in Jamaica. Here's a recent video, and tell me if this is a great display of crime fighting. Here we go.
Good class. Yo, man, show me that.
Wow.
Go to the station. Yes, sir. Yeah, master. Yeah, master, man. I make it bad, man. I see them come back and mash up. Yeah, master. Go to the station. Yeah, master. Driver, you can't drive now, look. Driver, you need to comply with the police. Yeah, man. If you say, man, just hear man, say, go on the station, man. Go that way, man. Yeah, them, man. That's it. I'm mash up. Me and them coming back and mash him up. Let's hear man, I said that. All right, mommy, speak up, mommy, speak up. Speak up, mommy. Speak up, mommy, speak up.
Yeah, people, hey, you know, so the taxi driver, and then if you find a police and shake him and thank him for the shoot, because enough of them watch this and vex, some of them get the opportunity there to take a 3 points.
OT, that's in Maypen, not half a tree.
Watching this, I almost feel like it's a skit or a play or something. I can't believe this is real life, but it is real life.
Yeah.
I want to play it back, and I want to get some comments from all of this esteemed panel of law enforcement experts and affiliates. Durbin, you're one of the affiliates tonight, right? Kevin is an affiliate. Richard G.
Affiliate from my stick around.
No, I want to play this back and stop it and not get critique from one as to what's going on. Keep in mind, enough. The minister said Jamaica has some of the best crime fighting expertise in the world, and he don't need nothing from the fight crime. We see him have a collapsible baton there. Herb, you know about it?
Yep.
And we're gonna get to that. But here is it. I'm going to play it and then slow.
Wait. I go for road.
Hey, hold on. Let me say. Hey, big up Kevin, everybody. Kevin, nice job, well done. Thanks for hanging out with us again, my brother. Love it. And we're going to sign off soon so that somebody can go join Kevin and get your workout and things like that. And then you can join me later when Kevin tired on the out and you can come and just Kevin, thanks again, sir. Appreciate it.
Big up, Mr. Stu. Big up, Stu.
Yeah, what? Take care. Later, yeah.
All right.
All
You know,
right.
I wonder if our police are trained how to handcuff people.
What was that?
I'm wondering if our police are trained how to handcuff people.
Okay. All right. See the video, yeah.
Good class. Yo, man, show me that.
A good thing him have a helmet on. I heard that helmet hit the car.
Yep.
All right. Go ahead. Herb, let me hear what you have to say. Talk to me.
Look, if this officer is by himself, which apparently he is, right? That collapsible baton. There are certain strike points you could have used on this individual to subdue him, right? He could have subdued him by striking around his legs,
Yep.
his arm, right? And if he struck him in two key points in the legs, he would have gone down on one knee, and he could have struck him in other key areas to disable him, flip him over, and put them cuffs on him, right?
All right. Well, Herb,
But
let's stop for this, Herb. Before the collapsible button came into play, take a look at this and then tell me where that.
he shouldn't be that close on him.
Okay,
He's in
that's
a
right.
very bad position to subdue anybody, right? You don't come inside to where you have a powerful individual like that unless you're a junior expert and you're going to flip him over your head or something like that. And he's not. It's obvious he's not a martial artist. So he has no business being inside of that big guy. He should have kept his distance, and he should have went for the strike points with that baton, because the baton is an extension of your arm, right? And if he learned anything in the academy, is exactly not to do what he's doing right here. It's
it?
Yes. So, being in the situation that that officer was in, probably dressed the same way. Two things. There are several things that jumped out at me. Number one, normally you don't go on a beat by yourself.
Yeah.
So the mere fact that he was by himself could mean that he has a station within walking proximity, and for some reason he might have walked or come in contact, or maybe he decide that I'm right here near the station. And further on in the video, it seemed as if he was like, come go down a station, because it's not like a van where he has to transport the prisoner or this person, taxi driver. So several things are at play, in my opinion, based on being in the same situation multiple times. Number one, these taxi men are known in the community. They are not strangers to police officers. So most of the time, the police know them. If it's a new police who got relocated or stationed in that particular area, you know, over time they get to know who is who, and you know, information pass around about people and who are the good drivers, the bad one, the one them to look out for, the one them with trouble school girl, the one them where take care of the elderly. So police have information on that. What I see though is a situation where tactically the officer was not. And again, we start seeing the video while this incident started, before we start seeing the video. But from where the video picked up, or where we start seeing it, they were already within close proximity, and it did seem as if the police officer had the baton already in play So therefore, it seemed as if when he pulled the button, then the guy was like, yo, you're not lick with that. I maybe give him one lick already. And the guy said, yo, that thing I lick at, man, nah, take no more. So I go fight. So I don't have all of the facts to make an informed choice. But what I do know, sometimes the police officer, if you're afraid of a mob reaction, for example, you could hear the hostility from some of the bystanders. And a lot of times it's unpredictable how people might behave. They might come and start pull and create issues and create a situation of safety, a safety problem. So a lot of times, unless your life depends on it, you should not use lethal or deadly force. In a case like this, where the guy was obviously stronger than him, bigger than him, and having him some grips, and I tried to throw him down, I think it is very difficult to blame the police or fault his training without having all the facts. But what I can tell you, that even the best police officers are told, stand down, de-escalate the situation. You know him as a taxi man, stop at the car, him can't go nowhere, radio for little help or something, but don't get into these arm-to-arm combat with civilians, because things can go wrong. So I can't blame it as a training issue or anything else. But from what I can see, it was some aspect of police procedures gone wrong. And I would advise that constable not to engage in something like that anymore. And it does seem very challenging based on the hostility.
All right. So James, give me a quick assessment there. We run out on time. Give me a quick assessment of what you see happening right now.
Well, for the most part, I wouldn't allow him to get so close to me as to be able to throw me to the ground. But let's say that happens. If he does that and I see any form of persistence with him, I'm not going to wait until he breaks my neck, and I'm not going to wait until he smashes my head on the ground to make me into a vegetable for the rest of my life. I would prefer to understand in the court of law if somebody's handling me like that. In whether I'm a police officer or a civilian, somebody at school or at church, I'm going to use the maximum force possible to ensure that I don't get any fracture of my skull or any such thing.
So let me ask you a couple. You would have plugged him, right?
If I would have shot him?
Yeah, you wouldn't plug him.
100%. You can't grab me and fling me down to the ground like that. Then, okay, then. All right. What after throwing me to the ground, what is he going to do? I'm not going to wait until I discover what he's going to do after that.
But
I'm going to make sure that whatever he has in his mind does not occur, whatever it is. And it could not have been anything very good for him to be treating me like that.
Yeah, but the question is he applying deadly force to you? You're saying that there's an apprehension of deadly force, because you think you're saying that he's gonna throw you to the ground. You don't know what's gonna happen next, so therefore you're gonna plug him. And
not necessarily kill him, but I would shoot him.
Where you shoot him in foot, right?
Maybe in this region.
All right. But hold on a second. Let me hear from Bobby and then Dervin, and then give my assessment of Bobby.
From a military point of view, we're taught baton, boot, butt, bullet. In that sequence.
All right.
The baton will subdue you, the boot will. If the boot is having problems keeping you insane, the rifle butt will. If that don't wake you up, then I put you to sleep.
All right, sir. Dervin.
That is precise.
Well, first of all, that man has assaulted a police officer. So under the law, he has assaulted a police officer. In this country of Jamaica, we have too many unruly people who flout law and order. And if the police is telling you to go into the car, you should not even have anything in your mind to tell you to resist the police. Just follow the police and just go and just let the law do its course. But for you to assault the police officer, that could open up a can of worms. And probably if the police reacted negatively by putting some gunshots into his structure, who would he have to blame? He would have himself to blame. You don't fight the police officer in a civilized way. You do not fight the police. If the police officer say go in the van, gas station. If you feel say you haven't done anything wrong, you can protest it verbally, but still go into the van, go to the police station, get a lawyer, and get things done. But you fighting the police officer right now, you are teaching persons on the outside now, further emboldening them though to attack a police officer, and this is going to create another conundrum, and we wonder why we have this level of disorder in this country.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Some years ago, a partner and myself obtained the license to sell tasers. And we approached the police with it, complete with demonstration videos and everything. And they said they'd get back to us.
Never did.
It goes better. The dealers of taser called us and said someone down there was trying to import tasers, and they had to tell them that we were the people who had the license. You know who was trying to import it?
Police.
Okay.
Tell one.
The head of the force at the time.
Okay, I know. All right.
Okay.
I'm not surprised. Let me go back and take a.
Now, if we equip our officers with tasers, a lot of these confrontations wouldn't happen.
Yeah. Nobody wants to be shot, Bobby. They don't be shaking on the ground and falling all over the place. So they're gonna comply.
Yeah.
Take a look at this again.
Go to the station. Go to the station.
Driver, you can't drive now, look.
Driver, you need to comply with the police.
Yeah, man, if you say, man, go on the station, man. Yeah, them, man, that's it.
I'm mash up. Me and them coming, I'm mash him up. Let's hear man I said that.
All right, mommy, speak up, mommy, speak up. Speak up, mommy. Speak up, mommy, speak up.
Yeah, people, hey, you know, so the taxi driver, and then if you find a police and shake him and thank him for the shoot, because enough of them watch this and vex, some of them get the opportunity there to take a 3 points.
Arrive late.
Yeah. No respect to the police officer because he has this a huge level of restraint, to be honest with you. Huge level of restraint and enough respect to him.
Let me throw my 2 cents into this thing. I saw several issues. A lot of them, the panelists, they saw them too. One of them for me is crowd control. You can't control a crowd yourself. You should never end up in a position like that. You retreat from that and you backup. You don't get too close. You don't get close to these people at all. When I say these people, meaning people that you suspect of committing criminal activity. You don't get close to them. The 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 collapsible baton. If I'm going to use that, him should deploy that a long time. And like Herb said, there are certain key points that you use it. I didn't see him using it at all, right? I mean, when I was in the FBI, we have an entire course with doing phys ed where them teach you how to use collapsible baton. And I'm sure the points we hit, and believe me, it works.
Oh yeah,
that works. You know what I mean? And I'm telling you, you can't hit the person in the head. You can't hit the person. But you can hit where joints are, shoulder joint, wrist, elbow, knee, ankle. There's certain places you can hit. Certain places you can hit, but you can't hit the person. The other thing is weapons retention. I didn't see that. Him have the gun down, the gun in the holster down like by me. Him have the collapsible baton in the one hand. Him have the guy in another hand, and people are right round him. How you retain control over your weapon, and the weapon also him take it out, and big problem. My training in the FBI, them said when you take that weapon out,
fire it
to use it. You are going to, I'm saying, you don't take it out and put it back. When you take it out, you're going to use it, right? So it goes back to this thing about the minister saying we have some of the best crime fighting expertise and we don't need no help from, but just listening right now to the collective, there's so much that we could have taught, including people who live in Jamaica, like Bobby Dervin, who's an affiliate, and Richard, who's an affiliate, because Richard said, nah, make no man fling him up on the ground and him don't know what going on. So my life is in danger. And that's one of the requirements. If you feel that your life is in danger, and in this case, I mean, you could make an argument like that, then deadly force. If you believe deadly force is applied against you, then that's fine. And then it's up to a court. But see, one of the things they said is that it's always better to be tried by 12 than carried by 6.
There you go.
Yes.
So what are some of the things I saw from this one? And I've seen others. I'm sure all of you saw the one with the woman, the two women, but she hold on the woman here and I put her on the thing. Yeah, that's just I don't know if it's lack of training or they get the training and then just forget about it because the training is not you said it's not embedded training. It's not training that you do day in day. Like when I was at the academy, I mean, you learn how to do handcuffing techniques every single day. So I could have handcuffed people, people who were resistant and people who complied. I could have done that in my sleep because every single day, and then you have to practice with the people that you practice, your roommate or the suite mate. You practice handcuffing techniques, and they just hammer it till it becomes second nature. And I just didn't even see him take out any handcuffs because there's a technique him could have used when the guy fling him, There's a technique him could have used to bring that guy down and wrap him arm around him and put cuffs on him. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I'm retired 7 years and I'm sure if I have to handcuff somebody right now, I could do it in a split second. Not a problem. I could have done it in a split second. And there it is, you have a cup on feet and him couldn't. I don't know where his handcuffs were. I don't know. And the other thing that I picked from that is that they always told us you never ever chase a criminal by yourself. You never ever try to do all of this by yourself, because they said, and who said it? I don't remember who said it. Somebody said that. Look, these guys, taxi drivers. I think it's you, President. Taxi drivers. They're known in the community. So you don't have to put up all of this and this drama. You don't need this. You come back later on and you do your business. But you know how it is with us Jamaican. We're extremely proud, and we're also a bird escapes, but it's almost like our ego getting out of the mix. And you can't your ego getting out of the mix. You have to revert to your training, because your ego will get you in trouble all the time.
And look around you and see who in the crowd is inciting it, mark them face and come back.
Yeah, exactly. Donna said only gunshot could restrain him. I disagree. If you're that close to him, first of all, you shouldn't be that close to him. But if you're that close to him, Don, I'm telling you, there are ways that you can subdue this man. You wouldn't believe. And it happened so fast. 1, 2, 3. And
You know, you can use a handcuff, the ratchet type. You can use it like a weapon while you're handcuffing them.
exactly, exactly, exactly.
I
I
lick you
mean,
on your wrist with that. By the time it registers to you that this hand don't work anymore, the other one lock up.
exactly.
Yes.
And never handcuff anybody with them hands in front of them.
No, no. I mean,
Well,
I've seen it. I mean, I've seen it and I've done it. I mean, you put the cuffs on, it's like it's so fast,
Yep.
that you never realize it. Before you know it, the person subdued. It's like they come at you, boom, 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 them on the ground, twist down, boom, 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 cuffs on. Over, school over, ring the bell, let the children go home. It's over. No, but this is the kind of thing that, and when you juxtapose what we just saw with what the minister said, and the minister still believes this, it doesn't bode
So
well for.
add to the fact that the minister tell them to shoot to kill.
Yep, that's right. I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that exactly. And
Dogs of war.
it was after a certain incident, Bobby, that he
Mm-hmm.
told the police that they should use the kid.
All right, Jack one, sorry. Jack one say, ring the bell, send the school over, send the kids. It's over. Jack said, no bell ringing. sorry.
He's afraid of Pavlov's dog.
Man. Well, look, we have a few more minutes. Let me just go around the room and kind of just wrap it up. We never get to most of the topics, but that's fine. There's always next week or the week after, and we'll get to it. So, Mr. James, I want to start with you, sir. Thank you very much for that interesting segment on how much we should be paying for the insurance and the likelihood of it happening and the coverage and all of that stuff. Thank you. You can close up. Any closing remarks here for us, sir?
Okay, very quickly. Yes, I would like to say thank you for having me again and giving me the opportunity to present, the entire thing. And I hope that in the future, when you have any other numerical discrepancy, that you will call me on. And of course, we intend to educate the entire Jamaica as to when things are happening and figures are involved, what are the implications, what are the consequences, and all of that. So I'd like to say a big thank you for that. To that. Well, another thing that I would want to just say about the mathematics, that I would want to say use a few seconds for the mathematics.
Say. Yeah.
Yes. For the summer, we got a hit by BERYL, and of course the summer was already a little bit too short. So the entire summer school is not, anything like what it should be. However, I am engaging students without cost on TikTok Live, on Richard J's Mathematics Resources, also on YouTube. But if you want to, follow me 100% and be 100% in sync, then you would have to make use of the mathematics resources, and we have them here. Another thing is that the mathematics resources that we are, causing to be available to everyone, the 31st of July, all deals will be over. So if it goes over into August, then if you are going to purchase mathematics resources, you'll have to pay the full price.
You hear that, people? Take advantage of this. I don't want to call it a sale, but take advantage of this deal before the price. We get the price increase next month.
Right. And we not only, because we don't only have the mathematics resources, but we also have the chemistry books that are written by my colleague. Students have found it to be very useful. Not just chemistry. This one is physics. No, this one. So this one is physics. This one is chemistry, and the other one is biology. And that is for your CXC CSEC examination preparation. We also have your regular instructional manuals. We have your PEP mathematics books. On another occasion, I'll give you more detail, but we have all of these resource books available. And believe me, the books are here to stay. I'm a 100% believer in making use of technology, but I have to go with what I know works. because someone in his school put away the books and is going 100% electronic. And believe me, you will not want to see the result that he is getting now. And right, so you don't want the electronic result. You want the result that students, you know, who use physical mathematics books, the result that they get. That is the kind of result that you want. And I'm not downplaying electronic stuff because I use electronic stuff and I use it to my great advantage. I use it and it benefits me a lot. So I'm reading on the internet from time to time. I'm going onto sites and I'm doing all of that and I'm gathering a lot of information and I'm learning every single day. However, I don't think that the psychology has gone far enough to discard with books. That's what I've discovered. And it is, you know, we have the mathematics resource books for every single purpose. So at another time, you know, when it, you know, time permitting, I will do a lot more in-depth explanation of the use of the mathematics resources. Just understand that we have for primary, we have it for CXC, we have for additional mathematics, we have for CAPES Unit 1, 2, and also CAPE Integrated. And thank you all for having me. Thank you all for the support. And for all who watch my analysis, I hope that you get quite a bit from it. And, you know, I hope that you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed giving it to you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Dervin.
Well,
Dervin, I get to talk about it. You have to come back next week after. When they man get to talk about the teachers.
I know. No, but Mr. James was very interested, you know. So I know that Mr. James will take a good time. So all right, man. All right, man. But thanks for having me on. As usual, this is a learning space where I'm glad that everyone, not only on the panel, but also the folks who are watching this program can be educated and be edified, and at least they can transmit what they have learned to others and to educate others for them to make the right decisions in their life, including the political life of this administration or any other administration for that matter, and to keep our governments in check, because some of our institutions are under threat. And as I said, social media is like the sixth estate, seventh estate, whatever estate you want to call it. And thankfully, social media is using its power and clout to influence others when our traditional media, unfortunately, has failed in that respect. At least the social media cannot be bought out so easily. So, because there are thousands of people here having their channels and they are independent and will carry out independent journalism. Unfortunately, we do have some bad eggs who have been spreading fake news and lies, and that is another kettle of fish. But this show is one of the very few shows that has been educating people, and I'm thankful to be a part of this movement.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Bobby.
Yes, sir.
Talk to us. Give us some closing remarks, sir.
I'm going to go and water my flowers for those who want to watch. Thanks for the invite.
Oh, hold on a second, Bobby. Hold on a second. Folks, how could I forget it? Where is it? No, keep talking. I'm trying to pick up something here. I might have forgot the Kevin feed. Oh,
okay.
Folks, no, here it is. This is who that gentleman is. It's Mr. Robert Finzi Smith, Major JCCF. And there is something else I want to share with you about Mr. Finzi Smith. Where is it? How will Kevin do with it, sir? There it is. Mr. Robert Finzi Smith, ladies and gentlemen, is a renowned security consultant. specializing in close quarter protection, and he's also a private investigator. So you see, oh, the policeman gets so close to the man a while ago and things like that. Bobby wouldn't make that happen, because if Bobby protect you, nobody can come close to you. Bobby at work, like, you know what I'm saying? Secret, well, I know, I don't want the Secret Service because of what happened last week. But anyway, Bobby, go ahead and talk to us about your involvement in the security business in Jamaica and beyond the shores.
Thank you. I do VIP protection. I do security consultancy. You have people who are not sure what they are exposed to, and you point it out to them. And some of it is very simple. I also design and install panic rooms. I provide teams to provide escorts for people who need close water protection going to and from events. I am currently putting together a system that lets me able to track your car. And if you come off the route that's prescribed by you, it makes an alarm, and we ask you what's the problem. If you don't answer in a manner that is acceptable, we shut off the car and the response team comes. Little stuff like that. We're trying to make it simple, stupid, and stupid, simple. There are certain things that people expose themselves to because they are creatures of habit, and we're trying to fix that. There's another section I will elaborate at another time, where everybody has security cameras, but nobody watches them until something goes wrong. And we're putting together something that we have people who monitor your cameras for you 24/7. Very affordable. We unfortunately are living in a world where you have people who, for their own reasons, decide to make their life miserable. And I don't know everything, but I'm still learning. In terms of investigations, let me make it clear. I don't do husband and wife business.
Right.
So if somebody feel them getting burned by a bakery, I'm not dealing with husband and wife business. In terms of financial fraud and who may be doing it, I do that. Background checks to people who may be being hired by you for sensitive positions, I do that. You have a lot of places who have, like certain BPOs, they have their security handled by their facilities manager, who invariably ends up calling somebody like me when it goes south, offering a package where we deal with that for BPOs, vetting of employees, vetting of your standards and your standing operations procedures. Not putting down any security company, but when you ask a security company to safeguard your place and do that, you might sometimes be reporting a robbery in the hen house to the fox. I'm not going to go much more into detail, but if you have concerns, my number is there, or the host knows exactly how to contact me. The number also is my WhatsApp.
All right, folks. So there it is right there, 1-876-332-7487. And you can reach Bobby at finzeysmithR@yahoo.com. I would suggest that y'all take a picture of this thing here, because you never know. You know, you might need it if you're in Jamaica, if you're planning to go to Jamaica, or you may know somebody who is in need of Bobby's services. So take that down, and if you can't take it down, no, you can always reach out to me. I know to reach Bobby. So Bobby, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Prezi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So first of all, let me big up the audience, everybody out there watching. Blessings and all of our respect to you. True patriots. Let me big up our ambassadors for the hard work that they're doing. And we got some great news, guys. We do have a team that's going to be working on the chapter markers for this program. So that's going to be coming in short order. And you'll also be able to order and pay for your OJLDF t-shirts on the website, and can also find some of the previous documents that were filed and cases. Also, you'll be able to learn. We're going to be putting together a how-to video to file ATIs. So we're going to be doing a Zoom session, which we'll record that session and make that session available for those of you who want to learn how to file those ATIs. So with that said, I just want to also commend the hard work of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. I know it's very challenging based on the system and the environment and the culture that law enforcement have to work in. But no matter how you take it, all the way, as soon as your clappers go off, it's the police you reach for, and the police are overworked, underpaid, and totally unappreciated. So we want to big up the rank and file and thank them for their hard work. I do understand that there are problems within this system as it relates to corruption and certain and bribery and abuse of power. But for the majority of situations, people do love and respect the police, and they do believe that the police is trying their best to do really good law enforcement in Jamaica. I also want to commend the folks at the command in I'm getting a feedback. I don't know how. Somebody unmute. Thank you. Appreciate it, Major. So yeah, so I want to commend the High Command. They showed some numbers recently that seems to be trending in the right direction. Hopefully that is not one of those number games that Richard will have to dissect and like, hey, I'm RJ. You can't come around me with these fuzzy math because that doesn't add up. So and next time they put it in a number, we're like, yeah, let's get RJ look at these numbers. And of course, the issue with the cold case, I do believe that they should have designated people who are assigned for this. There's so many people, so many families in Jamaica who have lost loved one and nothing came out of it. Nothing came out of it. So many people have had family members who are missing, and nothing came out of it. And they're concerned, they're worried. That void in their family cannot be replaced or be filled because, it's gone. And to have law enforcement, a team who go back over those case files to try to resurrect and pull back up some of those cases and dust them off and kind of really look back at the evidence again and try to follow some leads that might have been ignored by previous investigators, or at the time they didn't have DNA or access to certain forensic tools, which now is in their arsenal. So I do believe that's something that should be pushed for the benefit and the future of Jamaica and for closure for so many families. And so many times bodies are found, people are found, and they're unable to identify them. And they just put them in, a bundle and toss them. Hopefully they'll get better ways of collecting those DNAs and keeping them on file so that in the future, if something happened, they could match it, they could give these family closure. So that's my hope for Jamaica. My final point is this. As it relates to unity, I believe that both parties can unite around is on the issue of health care. And that would be something I'm advocating for, that both parties advocate or work together, come together for healthcare solution, whether it's respirators, ventilators, hospital beds, whatever it takes, taking those money, paying for policies that will never really work, and doing something with it, and with the budget and that the Ministry of Health receives annually, plus the money it collects from people uses the service. There's so much more we can do, and I'm hoping and praying that the two parties can work together to solve the issue of healthcare. Because I think that if we have a good healthcare system where the nurses care about the people and the people believe that they're getting the care that they deserve, we'll have a better society, and people will, start feeling much more better about themselves. As finally, as the great Professor Rex Netherford said, people want to feel a sense of smadinity. And when people start feel like smaddy and have that smaddiness about them, then their action in society changes. So if we can get health care so people can feel that sense of smadinity, I think we're on to something.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Herb.
Sorry, Herb. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I have here in my notes to discuss two things. One of them is Canada, because this coming Friday, Ratty, is the event in Canada. And yes, I thought Wayne would have been here to kind of like chant us into Friday, but I know the ball is in motion. So if you have any final thoughts later on that, please mention it for those who are watching from Canada and those of us who will be traveling to Canada this Friday. Thank you. I yield back to you, Herb.
All right.
Thanks, Prezi. Thanks, Will. Thank you very much, Dervin. Always great listening to you. Mr. James, same here. Fantastic listening to you. And hopefully, one thing Prezi mentioned a while ago was the healthcare portion of it. I had a friend from Jamaica that was in the U.S. Army. He was a pharmacist, and then he went on back to he left the Army, went to school, and he became a surgical nurse. Matter of fact, not surgical, but nurse anesthesiologist. And he went on to become lieutenant commander in the U.S. Navy. And one of the things when he was in Jamaica, he was on an accident scene, and he had to help somebody out who was in a bad accident, and helped them all the way, kept them alive all the way to the hospital. And when he got to UW Hospital at the time, this is like over 10 years ago, there weren't enough ventilators. And the person he had kept alive passed away as a result. I never forget what he told me. He says, if you go to Jamaica, hope and pray you're driving a U.S.-built vehicle, because they're the only ones that the cage is made to withstand accidents. He said these Japanese vehicles and Chinese and other vehicles, they're going to crumble. And when they crumble, that means your body crumble with them. And you'll be in need of a ventilator. And they have no ventilators. So enter COVID. It always takes a massive scale emergency, something like COVID, to bring ventilators into the island and present something to the hospitals that they never had before. And it was very disappointing to hear them talk about the numbers of ventilators they had, and then in the next breath mention how they're not working, how they have failed, right? But it takes training, and it takes a certain degree of development and people with attention to detail to maintain this type of equipment. So you can't have it to where you finally have ventilators to save lives, and then you just let them fall apart and they get put up on a shelf someplace and nobody services them or repairs them, right? In some cases, emergency preparedness means you must have backup ventilators to the ventilators you have in case they fail, right? The calibration, the filter replacement, the battery checks, training programs where you conduct regular training sessions for medical staff on ventilator operations, troubleshooting, and emergency protocols, simulation drills, user manuals, all of these things comes with these ventilators. A log, maintenance log, and service contracts. Somebody that services them, which is creating more jobs on the island. And you cannot tell me that with all of what was missing out 10 years ago until COVID in 2020, and you got all these ventilators in, it's as if nobody knows how to maintain them and how to keep them going. And the fact that a really bad accident or you're elderly being having a stroke or whatever, heart attack or what have you, they may eventually need a ventilator. And ventilators, yes, they're used mainly in the emergency situations. Those are the portable ones. They run between $3,000 to $5,000 US dollars, or the ones that are used in the intensive care situation, and those babies can run from $8,000 to $25,000 US dollars. So, I mean, what is it? People just don't care, couldn't give a damn? I don't understand it. And I don't understand why it is that we have to get the US to tag us for people to pay attention to medical, to the type of medical accessibility that Americans feel they should have before they come to Jamaica, right? And the fact that if you don't have it, they're not coming, or the ones that do come, they probably come with flight insurance, medevac insurance to get them off the island in case something happens. So, folks, it is a matter of pride. It's a matter of, at one point, I can recall when UWI trained the best nurses, where they actually had the best nurses, and those nurses were in demand in Texas, in just about every state you could think of, other than your East Coast and your West Coast, right? They'd bring those Jamaican nurses in. I had a damn fishbone stuck in my throat. Went downtown here in where I live, and who was the nurse that took care of me in the ER? Was it Jamaican? I mean, I'm saying, wow, I thought it was only Africans and others around here. She said, no, they're bringing the Jamaicans in now. So all I can say to you is we have to take care of our equipment and our people. We cannot accept sloppiness as an excuse for not having the equipment functional. We cannot expect our nurses to train on equipment that is substandard and to expect that we're going to allow people to live with substandard maintenance of equipment. And that is my 10 cents worth on these ventilators, because they really and truly save lives here in the United States. And they will save lives, including your own, if you do travel to parts of the Caribbean, including Jamaica. So let's, do a much better job of ensuring that if COVID comes back and it appears that it's rearing its ugly head, that there will be enough ventilators to save lives on our beloved island. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Let me just say thanks to Mr. James. We had a segment called the undoing is BERYL, the undoing of Minister Clarke, but BERYL didn't undo the Minister Clarke. It was Mr. James who did, with his calculations to show that we got a bad deal, with this cat bond. Money could have been better spent elsewhere. Thanks to Herb, as usual, voice of wisdom. Prezi, love the vibes. Isat didn't make it with us today. I will check on him to make sure everything is okay, because that's very unlike him. Bobby Finzi, big up yourself. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you soon. Dr. Ben, we talked about the problems he had with, or well, he's still having with his phone and the service, so he couldn't join us. And Dervin, the voice of the future. We're always happy to have you on. Much appreciation to all of you. Also, want to big up Michelle Reese, who came on and told us about her nephew, David Johnson. And we are certainly going to put our feelers out there and try and assist, because, there's too much at stake here. So, Michelle, just want to thank you for coming on, and looking forward to hearing from you next week. Don White in the chat said, Ratty, answer your phone and return WhatsApp message or something like that. Don, I tell you what, I stand guilty as charged. I haven't, and I tell you why. I'm only one person, and this thing is just outgrowing me by leaps and bounds. I thought I could do it by myself, and then I found out recently, actually a while back, that this is going to take more than one person to do it. Fortunately, we have some ambassadors. So, Mr. President and I, we're going to enlist the aid of some of those ambassadors so that they can answer the phone, they can look at the messages, and then they can just coordinate with me regarding I have to do a much better job at that. Not just a better job, a much better job, because we were planning to open the phone line tonight and we didn't. So, Don, my sincere apologies to you and people who are similarly situated. And I promise you, I will try to do better. I will do better, because we're going to have our ambassadors to assist with that. Prezi, I see where Elaine Turner was saying that she was supposed to get I think you promised her a free T-shirt, she said. I don't know. She hasn't received it. So, she's in the chat. You'll reach out to her. Marva, thank you so much. Marva made a contribution a while back, and I wanted to say thank you. Sorry, there were other people as well. All of you who made a contribution to the efforts.
All right, so let me just have Elaine reach out to me at this number 757-655-3377. If you shoot me a message, Elaine, 757-655-3377. Sorry, I could continue.
No worries. And somebody mentioned that healthcare should be a unified. I think it was you, President. Healthcare should be a unifying factor, whether you're PNP or JLP. Here's another one: beach access. That definitely should be a unifying factor, and we need to talk more about that. I'll probably have Devon on maybe week after next to talk about the status of the 4 cases they have going through the Jamaican court system right now. We didn't get to do a whole bunch of things, including one that I would have loved to hear from Dervin, but again, Dervin has promised to come back week after next to do it. It's titled Education Led by Dummies. And we know who we're referring to. Don't forget, folks, tomorrow, Waterhouse Vibes at 3 p.m. Jamaica time, and Wayne Lonesome at 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Don't forget, Isaac Buchanan, Context Matters on Thursdays from 5 to 7 Jamaica time. 5 to 7 and 6 to 8, something like that. Five to, I'm it right here. Hold on. I'll give you. We also have Andre Stevens and Rain, Jeffrey Tavares, Jamaican Carlos, and a whole bunch of people doing their thing on social media as well. Yeah, ISAT is from 5 to 7 our time, New York time. That's 4 to 6 Jamaica time. And Kevin Wayde is in full swing right now, so you can just hop off and check him out on Reggae Global Radio. And last but not least, next week Friday, please, if you can, join us in Toronto, Canada, when we will have our protest / conference there. It's indoors. We couldn't do the protest because of roadworks in front of the High Commission. But this is still going to be making bold statements about how we feel as far as bad governance is conducted by the government. So what I'd like to do is leave you with this. For those of you who saw it earlier, Chris saw it and he was impressed. I just want to put this up because
before you finish, Catherine Daly was asking, how do you like the new judge who was appointed? Appointed to what?
Oh, you're talking about Jamaica, the female?
Oh, the new president of the Court of Appeal. Justice Marva McDonald Bishop, I think.
Yeah. I don't know much about her. Ask me that question next week after next, Catherine. I'll look into it. Oh, and by the way, I haven't gotten word back yet, but the filing against the DPP, the paperwork was supposed to be filed yesterday with the GLC. I'm still waiting to hear from a brethren who was supposed to take it down and file it. The research, the application, along with the 4 exhibits. So week after next, or maybe next week, I'll make an announcement. But I think it was filed yesterday. But we'll wait and see. So this government, me know so them no love lost between us because them not like me, but me love them because we're at the end of the day, we're all related, we're all family, we're all one blood. It's just that I just wish they'd make a course correction. At this point, it seems as if they're so arrogant, so irate, so upset, so self-absorbed that they will not make that course correction. So people who have been registered to vote, want to go out and vote. Come around here and listen to the things that we're saying, and then you go out and you vote. We're not telling you who to vote for. That's between you, your God, and your candidate. But become an informed voter. Don't just be a legacy voter. And as far as the outreach to the government is concerned, people in the chat say, let nobody reach out to them, make them go on. But the only thing that says, I don't know how we are going to work it out with them, you know what I'm saying? Because they make it clear that them don't want to chat to us. And so we just leave it like that. So, folks, I'm going to play this little clip here, and then we will see you in Toronto next week, Friday. But tonight at midnight, you can tune in and catch Rebel. We are playing some reggae music with female artists only, and some collabs with male artists. But
we have Reason with Rattigan next week. Saturday?
No Reason with Rattigan. No Relax with the Rebel. It's tonight and then week after next. All right, folks, check this out.
We don't know how we and them are gonna work this out. No, we don't know how we and them are gonna work this out. But someone will have to pay for the innocent blood that they shed every day. Oh, children, mark my words, is what the Bible says. Oh, yeah. them are gonna work this out. We don't know. No, we don't know how we and them are gonna work this out. No, we don't know. We don't know how we and them are gonna work this out.
You know what? I was going in the program right, but somebody asked me first. The kind of when animals and seemingly inebriated prime minister. Folks, with that, we'll see you later. Best upon yourself, panelists, viewers, supporters. Big up on yourself sooner or later, midnight. Some say.
Okay. All right. Blessings to everybody.
Yes.
All right, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Yes.